Okay, welcome to this session of Viewer Levels. I see from the Hedgehog 23 that we already have the first submission coming out of the day, rather. Before we get to your submission of episode 1, Start the Game, we're just going to briefly take a look at one thing that I had queued up in advance. This is a new level that had been making rounds tonight called Cloaker Crypts by Lifeoon, and we're just going to play it as a warm-up. The spiky security will block your way, but only if they see you. 1 CP, version 1.2. Now, the reason we are looking at this is because a few days ago we published our first level from after the patch, which was a dedicated Goomba hat stealth puzzle level of a sort. And I think the Goomba item has been very severely underused. To the point that I was delighted that somebody else had made a very dedicated Goomba level around it, so I felt like we deserved to give this a go. So this level is all about kind of stealthily using the Goomba while being at range from the spinies that you can see on the top right, such that they don't drop from the ceiling. Thank you for the submission 4 and 3. We'll get to you after the Hedgehog and after this level that we're showing off here. So let's give this a bit of a ground pound. I think that gives us enough room, and I think that's mostly just a locking mechanism for if the spinies do in fact fall down. So we're still pretty good about stealth, but we will have to take a hit going forward. But we have to do so when the spinies are far enough in the corner that they don't roll down. So let's do that. Now let's grab a new hat. There we go. And then we'll make our way safely up into the next room. So yeah, looking forward to Underwater Coin Run after we see episode 1 start the game. Once again, we'll just give the top spiny a little bit of distance before we run over. And the bottom one a bit of distance before we grab the other hat. I think we will need to make our way up to the pipe. Do I have enough room here? Yes, passes right over. Okay, here's another damage puzzle. Ooh, this one will be interesting. Do we need to pass over or below, or does it really matter since we're getting the checkpoint anyway? I think that thing almost certainly has to roll. Looks of it. For the checkpoint mechanism to work. But let's grab this anyway. Or maybe it's because you're above. It doesn't detect you when you're above, perhaps. That's an interesting mechanic to think about. Here we will need to take damage when we dash back across, so let's let the bottom spiny move over. Let's take some damage. Oh, no, we failed. We failed. Can't make our way through, I don't think. You can kind of cheese it. You can kind of cheese it. No, you can't. You need the Goomba hat to not have everything activate when you land on this room, and in order to take the hit, so that is a bit of an anti-cheese mechanism. Last Sora, hey, welcome back. I'm looking forward to Link's Nightmare. Of course, I was looking over at Link's Nightmare and didn't see Mario's Nightmare of the massive skip squeak coming his way. We will grab a new Goomba hat and try to do the next puzzle over again. So, our activation range was totally off that time. We activated spinies by mistake. We're going to be a little bit more careful about this pattern this time. Grab the hat, there we go. And we'll make it across. Do I play that? Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question. Okay. Alright, let's see. We'll need this spiny to probably be across here as we cross the pipe. Nope, we activated the top. That is a failure. At your Link level, I don't think I've played it, Last Sora. I think you've come to submit it before, but it's possible we didn't get to it. I'm actually not sure because I no longer have the bots blocking duplicate submissions, because that does some weird things when it comes to people who submit worlds. So if we get to you and it turns out I've already played that level, you can just tell me to swap it out for something else and we'll play something else by you. And we'll manage it that way, if that's okay. So yeah, if we've played the Link level, we'll play something else that you have. Nope. No, we gotta work out this timing a little better. It's not going to be that. We need to watch the one on the top right, and I'm pretty sure this is all guarded against cheese, because we won't be able to cross that even with an attempted long jump, so you need to carry the Goomba through from room to room. And this one's fairly straightforward. No, we messed that up. Getting a little bit unnecessarily impatient with that. Okay, let's... everything kind of shift over this time. Dash over here, grab the Goomba. And here we go. Okay, got it. Now, let's be careful about damage from the one up top. And we'll just kind of sneak over as Mario. Pop this, grab the Goomba hat, there we go. Finished again, and we'll move over. Through the pipe. Back to, I believe, the main world. And there you go, that's the goal. That is all there is to it. Oh, shouldn't have popped that, I guess. But we can take damage, it's not a big issue. I land safely, grabbed one up, we are done. So let's take a look at the first submission. Actually, I'm not sure if the other people have stayed in here, or if they just dropped codes, so... Thank you for the GG. Lasar, I think the other people who submitted before you, I'm not sure if they're still here. So we'll just do a quick check. So, the Hedgehog 23, would you like to confirm whether you are still here? If not, we'll just bump them back one spot and give them a second chance. Twitch is sometimes wrong about this stuff, so I do like checking and giving people a chance to respond. So the Hedgehog 23, please check in. If not, we will go next. Let's see if it will actually let me. Bot might be being a little bit weird. Yeah, I don't know why the bot seemed to skip 4 and 3s. Lasar, I believe you will be next, but 4 and 3s, if you are still here, could you please check in? Lasar, I will start punching in your code since I know for a fact that you are in attendance. Okay. Link has a nightmare. He has to go through a house of horror. So, no, I have not played this. This is a new creation from, well, within the past 24 hours. And we have about a 3-minute record, but a 10%, 9% rate on this, and it seems to be very well liked by the players who have seen it so far. So, let's descend into the nightmare. So we know a clear condition, reach the goal as Link. So the 3-minute record we saw up front is a complete playthrough. Whoops. I knew that coin was indicating something above along with the arrow. Just didn't necessarily expect it from that height. So let's scan a little bit more cleanly and let's get up on that block. And we'll have to drop these blasters. Where do these blasters drop? Looks like we would take damage if we were down there, so the drop will just drop on the bomb and blow up the passage down here. So we just drop the platform, come back down. Reserve and the Master Sword. Okay, here we are. Now I certainly hope that this is not an issue. And that doesn't break anything too critical. As a playtesting thing, I thought I'd try that. Like, for example, if you scroll here and you scroll back, does anything spawn there if it's unblocked? Guess not. It's okay. I just like trying out those things. As a maker, it's important to check. So, we see my bones up here. Not much to do with him, though, although he has this blood-curdling scream when he is taken out. We see that we require 3 coins to get the coin key, and so that's going to be one of them. Or Koopa up here, not doing much. Just kind of milling about. And yeah, we'll see something down there, but let's see if it's possible to make our way up to the higher platform. Comes down. Yes. And yes. And yes. And we see a door over there. Let's check the door first. I see that this is very much an exploration style of level. So we'll just move about these moving platforms. And that's coin 2. Nick, or rather Link, had a pleasant nightmare so far. When the cannon falls, don't jump into death. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Alright. I see. So I see the skulls here probably match some kind of boss-related segment. I haven't seen the lowest passage yet, but we'll see this first. And we see Bones followed by Koopa, followed by Big Shell. Oh, here's a boss. Was marked. So let's see what Roy is doing in Link's Nightmare. Oh, Roy's going to lop that sword off, and I'm glad we kept a spare. Okay, Roy, unbury yourself. Surprisingly difficult to navigate our way over to him, but we'll just let him port around until we're at a more opportune location. Whoops. I would jump on him, but it seems easier to come at the side with everywhere that he has been spawning. Let's try to pull him up, maybe. No, he's just going to prefer the ground, although I do know that he does appear on bridges. Okay, so that's going to be 1 key. We know there are going to be 2 keys due to the pink coins. So we will go back and see how that goes. And alright. I see. So, yeah, because the bullet blaster, if it falls, it will fall down here. It will block this, like once you bomb that thing up there. And it will also fall down. Now, there's one way that this could be partly exploitable. I'll just show you. I'm not necessarily going to do it, but I think if you threw a bomb accurately, it actually would be within range to blow that up. It's the only thing. Oh, whoops. I lost Master Sword. I should not have demonstrated that. I know down arrow says down, but okay, that's okay. I don't mind restarting. It just means that we can flow through everything we've seen so far quite a bit faster. Whoops. But I just do like to experiment with things like that, even if it costs the entire attempt. Why not? We don't know what that does, but we'll do it. We haven't seen this pipe yet, so let's just take a look. To have some exploration here, we see that these are the dungeons. Apparently, oh, we shouldn't have spent that. That could have come in handy. It would have recovered our last attempt, in fact. Now, we do know, of course, that the Roy segment does allow us... I really shouldn't be playing around with this, but I feel like it, so... I really want to do it, actually. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, don't worry. Alright, fine. Okay, we'll head back to Roy, because we know that there are some swords over there. Old Mario, welcome to the stream. Thank you for Snow Brothers 2. I am so glad that somebody maybe remembers the arcade game Snow Brothers, if that's what the name of your level is based on. Like, if it's just, Mario Brothers with snow, then okay, that's fine, because that's what the original arcade game was named after as well. But my goodness, that's one of those arcade classics from around 1990, I think, that nobody talks about anymore, but I had so much fun with it back in the day. 4 and 3s, welcome back. You didn't check in earlier when you recall that thing, but you're still in the queue. So we just bumped you back one spot. So if the Hedgehog also doesn't check in, 4 and 3s, you will be next. Sometimes Twitch is wrong about these things. So, and also the bot didn't tag you properly, I think, when it was calling for people earlier. So if you were here all along and that was a mistake, our apologies about that. We'll try to not have too many issues. Okay, let's get some of the optional coins. Okay. Actually, I don't even know if these are optional. I just know that they give me a second key. Whoa. How do these guys scream if they don't really have vocal cords? That's what I want to know. I mean, I guess that's never really been an issue with, Undead Logic in the Zelda series, where the re-deads from the older games also have this terrifying scream. But it does make you wonder, doesn't it? We missed the coin 1 gotten on the last attempt, so let's grab that too. Alright. Let's go back here. Slash each of these guys in the face. Okay, 4 and 3s, yeah, that'll be great. That works. I wasn't sure because, I mean, I know sometimes people might have their sound off or they might be watching another stream at the same time, so. But we totally understand. Oh, I maybe shouldn't have done it. Okay, no, I can. We are still looking for third coin, though. Give us another pair of doors like that one. Okay. So yeah, the kind of skip that I was trying to do earlier, it doesn't actually do anything for us apart from... let's see here. Yeah, apart from getting us to that door earlier, I guess. Now that we have dropped that... Oh, I see, okay. I see what you mean from the hazard that you talked about earlier, like not to get crushed there. So let's make our way back. And let's get this thing to fall. Whoops. And oh, thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Our schedule can be a bit irregular sometimes, like this one was kind of an irregular bonus stream, so I do appreciate people who are willing to come back, even on a slightly unpredictable basis. So we needed a third coin for this key, and we see a vine down there that is climbable. Okay, good. A coin over here that I don't know if we can. Yep, yes we can. Been a while since I played Link, so remember little things like this. Okay, so we see a door here. I don't know what for yet. Ah, okay. Yeah, we'll go through that eventually, but at the moment I'm just launching that up there and seeing what happens because... Okay, that doesn't quite give him the height that he needs. I was hoping that he would double back, but I guess there might be something scrolling on the other side that we haven't seen yet. So let's hit the door, see what happens. Okay, that resets that. We do have a key though, so that allows us to go through. Hi, Jess Orge 56. I appreciate the submission of 1-1 Grassland Mellows. Just so you know, if you are doing a world layout, I mean, obviously I take one level at a time, but if you are doing a world layout, we do take worlds as well, and we attempt them one world at a time. So, for example, World 1 or World 2, and then we ask you to requeue afterwards. We also do observe game over, so if we die at the game over, we die at the game over. But I do get asked that by people who like to create, you know, traditional worlds that have multiple levels. Okay, let's get rid of these guys. They're being a bit of a nuisance. Let's... Oh, no, they respawn from the pipes anyway, so... We are a bit short on time. And let's... Oh, that's a problem that we have the sword. That makes us feel slightly invincible, I'm sure. Hey, nice, pretty relaxed. Galacticon, welcome. Hey, let's grab the Triforce before everything blows up underneath. Let's escape. Link's Nightmare. There we are. There's a little THX1138 at the end. Oh, you also just uploaded 1-1. Okay, that's great as well. I will absolutely play that. That is a win. So thank you once again for Link's Nightmare. For those who are cleared from the queue, you are absolutely welcome to submit more. Yeah, and just Jorge, that's right. Like in Portuguese, right? Okay. Let's see. I think the hedgehog didn't actually come back, so we'll probably skip unless hedgehog checks in. Let's give that a removal. And let's take a look at 4 and 3s, who I believe came back. Yeah, sure, I'll just open up your profile right now. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hope you get your Switch fixed up as soon as you can. But in the meantime, yeah, you'll want to grab some codes, I guess. We'll pull up the level first. Underwater coin run. And you wanted deserted speedrun falling platforms. Okay. This one. So here's the code. Let me know when you have it. Electro Dude, welcome. So 4 and 3s, let me know when you've got that, and I can get back to the level itself. I mean, I can always just type it in chat for you too if you want. Great, got it. Let's go back to the one that you actually submitted. I think I saw some of your hot potato levels on stream yesterday, on somebody else's stream. Underwater coin run. Collect all the coins as you navigate your way through the ocean. Good luck. This is from October. And what is this? 3%? Okay, perfect. Electro Dude, thank you for Gotta Claw Fast. Reached the goal after grabbing at least 155. Okay, at least 155, so we know that's not 100% necessarily. Time is somewhat limited, 130 seconds, so we can't be too slow. I feel like I want to... Oh, let's hold this object. What are we doing? Hold the object. Okay. Should have considered switching to stick for this one. Whoops. Look at that hitbox. We'll try it out with the lower route initially, and until such time as we, whoops, know how close we are to hitting the clock. In the meantime, we do need to mind our underwater momentum a bit. Yeah. Underwater momentum? Okay, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. That really does kind of pull you right up. I'm doing alright, Electro Dude. We had a disaster of a stream on Wednesday where my home internet just broke, and then Twitch broke, and then we just had like 5 separate disconnections. But things seem to be going somewhat better today. Yeah, the levels were great. The connection was disastrous. There's more stuff down there. This is almost certainly not an optimal route. Let's do it anyway, since we were looking at this. Gotta apply some pressure to these donut blocks underwater. We missed a whole bunch of stuff downstairs. That's almost certainly suboptimal, given that we would need to comb back around, but we're still kind of learning where everything is in this level, so we make some bad decisions along the way, we make some bad decisions, whatever. Feels like we missed a narrow timing window there. Well, okay, we'll be a bit sloppy. Seems like it's mostly the end coins that really matter. Okay, we'll actually loop them back in a kind of figure 8 pattern. I think that will probably... Oh no, we can't because of the donut block. I did not consider that. We are probably going to die. But let's just see how to route our way through this. Pick one path, don't go back. Okay. Okay, yeah, we haven't seen the length of this level yet, that's the thing, and we'll just go with the paths that we're comfortable with then. Thank you for the tip. Oh, no. Couldn't quite get there. But, no, no, no. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's losing a ton of time. I didn't expect the forced release to happen. Okay. Yep, now we're in a hurry. Now we're in a massive hurry. Okay. Timer is tight. Okay. You have to get all the coins in that path. Okay. So there is some degree of precision here. Pick a path, okay. So we can't afford to get trapped. Did get an additional coin earlier as insurance. Not very good insurance, perhaps. Oh boy. That looks like it's going to lose us some time. Zip right through to Goombas. Let's go down. Nope. Yeah, 4 and 3s. I guess your switch is broken, but we did receive a fairly major software update at the end of April, and the frog suit is now in SMB3. Yeah. The 4 and 3s apparently does not have access to their switch currently, so this was a level that is from October, I believe, which is all right. And we missed that, but okay, you know what? This attempt will not be a win, but I kind of want to see what's ahead just so we can scout. And also so we can see how tight the timer is going to be. Whoa, okay. I feel like I should be driving with a stick here, maybe. It'll be a little bit easier on my thumbs. But, you know, water levels, I think it's some kind of a little bit difficult to make that call. We might try the upper path on that segment instead. I generally tend to be a bit of a purist about playing platformers with the D-pad, but for water levels with a lot of rapid directional adjustment, stick may in fact be easier. So we'll try both ways and see if our precision gets any better. I mean, for something that is sitting at about, what is it, 3%, I think that shouldn't actually be too hard. Or at least not too long. Oh, we gotta go, we gotta go. No. We have to be careful with the release of the spring. We need to pick it back up. Okay. Yeah, we're at 91 seconds going into this segment. Oops. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm pretty comfortable with this lower path here at this point. We should, in fact, take your advice to stick to a path then, simply because of the timer issue. Of course, that's assuming that we're actually able to swim somewhat competently through the cheap sheets, but it seems like the blocks are timed out such that you really can't afford to get stuck on any of them. Okay, let's try to not have too much flotation. Yeah, going up feels a lot more comfortable there. Okay. Past the cheap sheets we go. Then what is this? Back. Then presumably key for the door, yeah. Not sure about the logic of putting one pink coin in there as opposed to just a key, but oh. Now, when you're swimming, it seems like you can't bring the spring through. So yeah, there we go. We get a refresh on this. I feel like we should probably grab these. We have 50 seconds to grab another 70 coins. All right. And Porky Puffer is going to chase us, and we're going to be slow. Going to be very slow. And maybe a bit imprecise. Well, the Porky Puffer is certainly one very threatening form of timer enforcement. For this segment, at least. We'll go way up. 113. We're not going to have time to grab that 10 coin there. We got to just go, go, go. We're missing one coin. Are you serious? We're missing one coin. With 17 seconds. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. We can do it. We can do it. No, we can't because there's a semi-solid. We missed one coin. Okay. Maybe I should have. Like, we actually did have enough time to swim over to the left side and grab one of those extra 10 coins there. as insurance. So let's start over. Wait, flagpole topper was going. Oh, really? Did I not see that? Okay. Incredible. Thank you. Thank you. We were tight on time. I didn't have time to like really think that through. I thought we had just lost. But well, thank you for that tip. Now we know. But yeah, actually, with the route we were taking, timer did not feel that tight in the end. I'm sure I'm going to die horribly to the porcupine for this time now that we've had one attempt that we kind of wrecked for ourselves. Did fairly well against the porcupine for that time, but yeah, top route, way more comfortable relative to the cheap timings. Okay. Now, the porcupine route in the next segment, at least, does not really give you that much room to wreck things by picking up too few coins. Ooh, this segment is hard on the thumbs. Okay, gotta let go. 59 seconds going through to this segment here. We did grab all of these last time, so we'll do that again. And yeah, we got to the flagpole with about 20 seconds left last time. That felt moderately comfortable. Let's just be accurate. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a bit stuck there. Oh no, oh no. Okay, we got 20 seconds. We don't want to die due to puffer. So let's just go for it. Let's see about that extra coin there that you talked about on the flagpole. There totally is a coin on a flagpole. Okay. Well, that was embarrassing. That was embarrassing, but successful. We should be a little more attentive to the flagpole from now on. Yep, off by a couple of seconds, but we can see very clearly where that is coming from. Alt Mario, you will be next. And thank you once again for the GGs. Also, does game audio seems to have shut off, doesn't it? Yeah, 4 and 3s, you can absolutely add another. Okay, game audio isn't coming through from what I'm seeing, right? So let me just fix that for one moment. I didn't realize that it shut off. It is supposed to be on. And occasionally it does bug out. So we'll just reset this. And we'll get to Snow Brothers 2, which I've been assured by the creator does not actually have anything to do with the Snow Brothers arcade game. Some of you remember that. And we'll switch back to the program. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, 4 and 3s, thank you for the code that you had just recovered from me. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at this SMB2 power-up / snowball focused platform course. Press down Y to pluck. Seems to be rather well liked with a 60% clear rate, so it looks like it's going to be fairly a gentle and easygoing snowball tutorial. Let's take a look. And yet, do let me know again if the sound cuts out. It is not supposed to do that. Okay, so we need to pluck a snowball, hit the switch, and there's a door up there. I feel like we... Oh. Do this. Because of course we're going to check it. Oh, I see. It actually said down Y there previously to kind of tutor you in this move. I'm trying to read what this says, and I'm not sure I can quite make it out. I think it's supposed to be telling me something. Like some kind of visual or pixel art, maybe a cover art. It looks like it's just two snowmen. Maybe? I think the one on the right is definitely a snowman. We'll just take the other door out. Oh, that's interesting. It's going to take us over to something else. Yeah, it just looks like pixel art. So we are up here, and it seems like we skipped something. Maybe. I'm just going to pick this guy up. Yep. Whoops. Not have done that. But thankfully, we have a refresh. Ah, okay, and a drop, so we did not miss anything. And yeah, it looks like more pixel art to the left. Let's bounce a snowball in here properly. Thank you for the follow. We got some clouds that are going to look very sad. Yeah, we don't want a Goomba, we want a snowball. Thank you for the follow as well. And... oh, I see, okay. That's going to be a problem. Let's grab one of these. A very gentle refresh point, by the way. The challenge is still interesting, but it doesn't outright kill you, and I can see where that high clear rate is coming from. We need a better strategy for this, though, because, wow, those Spinies are getting a little bit out of control. Probably just pick up more snowballs and nuke them one at a time, if we can do that quickly enough. I don't think we can do that quickly enough. Huh. Let's see if there's any way we can do this a little better. Oh, they are getting a little bit crammed. Guess that's what happens when you're too slow. When you have a yellow pipe. Nope. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I guess this is probably an unintended behavior, but we'll try to stick with it. I mean, we could just restart, but that's what testing is for. I feel like with a blue pipe, this would actually be totally reasonable. But they do just keep on spawning. Oh, no. We're going to heroically trying to press through here, though, because we like doing these things the hard way. And this is not going to work. It's fun to try, but this is not going to work. They just come out too quickly by the time I can grab the mushroom, so I need to basically not get hit here. Let's just start over. And let's see what happens with the main route this time. We didn't actually see that. Okay, main route just drops use Rudy out of pipe. Okay, reasonable. Okay. So we do know that the Spinies only begin to trigger when the on-off switch has been hit. We'll work around that with the knowledge that disaster is coming. Yeah, I see how that's supposed to work. We just took too long. Now these, we'll just kind of go to town with them. Much better. And okay, so we're gonna have probably some snowballs throwing over to the POW block once we get rid of some of these Goombas. Oh, I keep expecting to stomp them, and that is not how it works. Okay. I actually almost think it would be better if we take a hit and then clear them out. Evidently not for Snowpoke players. Oh, there we go. There's some mushroom there. That must be the one that actually spawned from the pipe. I love how we're making an absolute nightmare out of a 60% clear rate level. That's what we do. That's how we do it. Oh, nope, got bumped. We should get hit here so we can clear out this spot. But the mushroom keeps on coming. Okay, let's roll like this. Can we do it fast enough? We'll see. The power block, hitting the power block once is going to work wonders. As if we hit the power block just once, we will be able to take everything out. But we need slightly better timing to do that. I'm sure this was not the intended look of the level, but, you know, what is? No, we're going to do it this way. We will. Watch. We're eventually going to hit enough of these guys to make it to the power block. Oh, it's getting clear out. Getting clear out. No, maybe not. Need more of those guys to get trapped on the right side. I need to. Oh my goodness. Okay. We probably need to figure out a better way to do this. Might want to stop some of them first at least, but wow, they just come out so quickly. Sorry, I know I shouldn't be insisting on stubbornly doing it this way, but I am. Okay, let's clear out first. Okay, now we're possibly in business. Oh my goodness, they come out so quickly. Okay, well, I think we lost our window of opportunity. We get hit again. Stomp. 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 Okay. So anyway, sorry, I've missed some of those messages in chat because I was busy trying to struggle through that the hard way. And tank this 60% clear rate on this level. Oh yeah, I totally can throw Goombas. I don't know why that escaped me, but I think it was because the spiny segment earlier just totally threw off my thinking about how the snowballs would work. Okay. That's fine. I mean, you know, that's why we test. That's why we test. All part of game design. Watch this. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't this part so easy? Oh, we gotta hit the other switch. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, I think that was probably the reason I didn't want to play around too much with Goombas earlier, in terms of throwing them, was that by the time you recover, you have to probably get hit and get another mushroom, so... Let's see. The fact that this has a 60% clear rate on it tells me that most people are just simply faster players than I am. Which I think is true. As we always take the time to look at things and talk about them and, you know, like a stereotypical James Bond hench villain or something. Spend all your time talking. And then minions come out and you don't do so well. Okay. It's probably quicker to just reset this, but we'll try it again. Oh my goodness. There is kind of a time limit on this, where it gets totally out of control. Let's reset. Yeah, I've been trying to throw Goombas, but the thing is I get hit when I throw the Goombas, because at that point the Goomba density is just so intense. I did try it earlier. It just was not working out well. Yeah, I guess they could combo into each other. That's a very fair point. We were not really exercising any kind of decent throwing accuracy there. So, okay, let's just try to do this quickly. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Oh, you know what? Okay. Oh boy, here we go again. Yeah, that is a bit of a speed challenge, but we will take it. We're going to grab all 5 of these coins because I feel like I earned it. I feel like we might be able to use this guy. So let's use this guy. Not like that, perhaps. Okay. We should have maybe not played around with that. Never mind, never mind. Business as usual. Whoops. Okay, now we've got to get a mushroom. Now I guess we also find out here what the block spawning rules are going to be. Yeah, they all do remain unlocked throughout the screen. Might expect as blocks. Whoa, okay, fine. Getting sloppy. There's mushroom though. Getting very, very sloppy. Okay, we did it. Oh, that's a semi-solid. Yeah. And then... okay, wants us to make sure we have that. And we'll make our way through. Yeah, Jorge, thank you for letting me know. If you do get called up, I'll just bump you back 1 spot. I know you're still here. Okay. Yep, pick up Snowball. Let's see how the deflection towards Lemmy is going to work. We want to get rid of that cloud, or get the Snowball onto the middle track. It looks like it's a multi-phase thing, so let's, oh, whoops. Go to bottom first. Not get pushed too hard. This is a pretty interesting fight. It's a pretty interesting fight for a gentle fight. That still requires some execution in terms of actually doing the thing that you're required to do to him. I see, okay, so that's why you have the upper chamber. Okay. We'll hit him again. And I kind of like that you have this whole thing actually fairly controlled in terms of the different spots that he could be in. We'll just need to figure out how we're going to execute this throw. It seems like probably a bounce, and then I don't really know about this throwing arc. I mean, does this conserve momentum? Yes, it looks like it does. Well, actually, it doesn't need to conserve momentum because it went up to the top track to begin with. And so we'll just do this. Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. I didn't know that you would have been able to get Lemmy to behave consistently that way in terms of his movement pattern, and in terms of hitting all 3 locations at once. But I'm sure this was probably very well tested. It does require a little bit of repetition just to get the Snowball up and running again, but then it is phase 3 of the fight, so it's understandable. just watch as time out here or something. Why don't I just use the balls to begin with? I can just stand on balls. Nope, I actually can't, because they bounce me. So I'm not in a stable position. Oh. That didn't go well. Let's try to peek up above here. And just kind of do a bit of a light throw. Here we go. Got him at last. Okay, so this is going to be more pixel art. I'm afraid I feel like I have to zoom out to really see what this is representing. Other than perhaps the arcade Snow Brothers. Oh, okay. Let's do this. We're not exactly on track for a world record, regardless. So it is randomized, but it's randomized in such a way that he's still kind of controlled on a limited selection of platforms you can go to, right? So, I mean, it seems like we do have your bounce patterns worked out for all three spots. Worked out quite well. Yeah, thank you for bearing with the embarrassing moment earlier that perhaps we shouldn't talk about. And those of you who have just come in, welcome to the stream. Okay, Jorge said they had to step out a bit for a snack. We may just run theirs anyway. Did say we're still here and at least lurking, so we'll just start that up. Oops. Thomas, I am willing to look at anything with precision levels if I'm having a lot of trouble with the tech and I'm just kind of repeating the first screen over and over for the first 10 minutes or so. I probably will pass on them a little earlier. But sometimes hard levels I'm willing to do and complete perhaps in multiple segments if I can't get through them in a reasonable amount of time. So I have cleared some fairly hard levels, like, you know, sub 0.5% levels on the stream from time to time. It really depends on how hard you mean is hard. And we'll see how we do. I'm open to receiving any submissions. We just don't necessarily spend equal time on all of them, depending on whether it's a watchable experience. And yeah, this is short and sweet apparently. So Jorge is apparently on snack break, but if they miss this, they can come back to the video and more levels are coming in the future. Pink coins are optional, so it's going to be kind of a brand new prototypical level for a new game and SMBS. Grassland Mellows. Okay, so it looks like we'll have a bonus zone at the end, probably for the 3 pink coin path. That gives us 3 1-ups for endless mode. I actually kind of like how that's signaled right at the beginning of the level, so you know that the coins are for something optional. That is a very nice touch in that if you are playing this in endless or playing this in the context of a world, you don't need to guess. I think that's the issue that people have when they can't read a level description, is just sometimes the guesswork involved in whether the pink coins are worthwhile. So having a very clear signal like that at the start is kind of helpful. Thomas B, I love Champions Road from 3D World. I absolutely love it. It's too bad we don't have charging chucks. I should just use the POW. Or should I keep the POW? I'm gonna keep the POW. It's too bad that we don't have charging chucks, because like otherwise we have so many of the required elements now to really do a full remake of Champions Road. Like, we've been getting closer and closer with every match, like from, you know, going from Mario Maker 1 to 2, of course, with the introduction of the 3D world style, and then with some of the additional elements like the dash panels that we've seen since. So, Champions Road Remake, if that's what it is, I am looking forward to. Okay, so that was neat. I don't know if Jorge actually came back from their snack break, but if he does, somebody tell him that he can just scroll a little bit backwards on the video. Thomas, it knows the name of the level because Jakku, who codes Warp World, has some kind of weird computer vision wizardry cooked up for that. That, like, once a level has been scanned into the database after the first submission, it's retained in the database afterwards. I don't know exactly how it works, but it works. What did I do? Okay, need to hit next. And Galacticon. So Galacticon, you said that this was your maker code and that I should select something. Is that correct? Let's take a look at this. EGX. Yes, as am I. I'm hoping quite the same, Electrodude, given just how much I enjoyed those games. I've always liked the Galaxy and 3D World line of 3D Mario much more than the kind of 64 style open line of Mario. I've much preferred the Galaxy line. And, you know, Galaxy 1, when it first landed and when I first kind of played it on day one back in 2007, like, it was really an eye-opening experience. Just one of those generational leaps in design. Okay, so play any level you want. Just keep in mind that the difficulty varies. So we'll take a look at the uploaded courses. Now, I don't know if most or all of these have already been worked into your world, but if there's something that's not part of your world, maybe in case we just play your world later. I do, however, love boss battles, and this has no clears on it, and this was from 29. So listen to your own music while battling 6 bosses. It looks like we're going to do that. I enjoy boss battles very much in this game, because they do bring out often a lot of creativity in how to mix and match elements to create devilishly complex mechanisms, but in a way that tends to be much more readable than in typical contraption levels like troll levels, for instance. And so, yeah, listen to your own music. I guess that's because it's silent, which is ironic because our game audio is actually working for once. So let's just kind of bum around up here to see what's going on. Oh, there's a key. I don't know how that happened, actually. Might have been some kind of entity trickery. Oh, we messed this up. We messed this up. This is a time lock. We needed to switch the belt back and forth using the on-off switches and ride the belt and hit the POWs to bring all of the Muncher snacks down in order. Took me a moment just to read what was going on there. Okay, so I don't actually know how we got the key, but we do know there's a shell. Oh, it could have been from the bottom Goomba. So I think the idea is that we actually need to just deflect a shell over to the bottom of the stack such that... Oh, we can't do that. We ride the shell. Alright, let's just head up top again and see if that just triggers something mysterious like it did last time. Oh, I see. So yeah, it tries to squish you back and forth, and instead we squished the Goomba at the bottom of the stack. Let's try to grab a shell net and see where that launches. Okay, right under here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. Yep, give it to me. And through. Oh. And... Oh. Lost a bit of that stack. And... Nope. One more POW. And we are through. And Menu Minimana, thank you for the submission. I think I will have to revisit your name once I am able to look at it properly. Okay, so here we have some kind of jumping exercise over the bullets. Probably, unless it's a survival timer, I see the track on the left side behaving as though it is a survival timer. Unless it is just a bullet triggering timer, it is a survival timer. Or maybe just a challenge to get over to the other side and go up. Let's do it that way. We do have the helmet. Oh, no, it's totally a timer, and we are totally stuck. Okay. Never mind. Unless it's something proximity-based. Top. You know, like a proximity trigger. It's a little bit hidden, I think, sometimes, the mechanism like that, where I get the key and I don't quite understand what's going on. But, I mean, here now that I look at this fight, it's very clear that it's all about that Goomba and leading it over to the pits. So we'll just do another jump. There we go. That should do it. This one is very clear to understand. Understood this one immediately, I think. Oh, just losing some stacks here. And we'll do last one there. Drop it in safely. Okay, survival timer indeed. Okay, let's just hang around on this side then and probably just take advantage of the fact that we retained the helmet. Yeah, I mean, I remember going back to Mario Maker 1 that there have always been so many of these boss ideas that are based off survival timers. And I think sometimes, like, with survival timers, like, you do kind of want to make them visible. Just to make it clear that that is what is going on. Because it might not always be clear that the player is supposed to stay, especially when you have something that looks very much like a staircase on the other side. But that's okay, we'll just wait it out and we'll see if we can get through it. Oh, whoops. Oh, we lost mushroom already, okay. Let's just lead the boss over. Lead it over. And Galacticon, you said, oh yeah, just for hey, we did play your level, but if you want to scroll back on a video, you can see it. We did like what you had done with the placement of the 1-ups at the very start. Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't go back to get those 1-ups, did I? I think I totally forgot about it after complimenting that little bonus vacation. We didn't actually do it. Well, it's such a short level, actually, Jorge. I don't mind just running it a second time to do the bonus room. Since you're back. Let's finish this one first, because it'll only take a minute. It's not really going to disrupt a queue, so I really don't mind taking a second look just to get that E-coin, which normally if I were paying attention, I would be doing that anyway with a short traditional level. Normally with a short traditional level, I would try to do optional content or go back for a speed record or do something to give it a second look. But we'll get through this one first, and we'll see how we're doing. Yeah, Jorge it was fine. I mean, it's 1-1 and it does its job. And we liked the kind of invisibility of some things in particular, so I had a good time with it. I mean, it's very hard to tell, I think, sometimes with a traditional level when it's kind of just there on its own. Because I think one of the things that the world system has really exposed is how much the traditional styled level was always designed to be played multiple levels in a row with a limited bank of lives. Like, it's something that I think really becomes apparent if you go to worlds that are created by traditional specialists, and if you go back to Nintendo Mario itself and look at how that's different from most of what we see in Mario Maker, that yeah, like you really develop a whole new appreciation for how that design was always kind of tuned around the expectation that you would be playing worlds. So that's something that as you build towards it, I know you're just kind of started this one and uploaded 1-1 tonight, but as you build towards it, that's something that I think will really benefit. Now back to this level, we have the survival timer and we have passed it last, so we're going to slide our way down. Grab that. Okay, whoa! That was a bit of a surprise. Oh, I guess he's firing a cannon at Koopa in the ice blocks. It's defending the fortress. Defending the citadel. Okay, let's see if we can actually retain the mushroom this time, and the answer is no, but we grab that quickly. And we even blocked the middle blaster, such that the Goombas, or Goomrats rather, are not a problem. So, let's try to rush our way through this again. And back we go. And yeah, let me just catch up in the chat for a moment. Well, I mean, this will be a once-a-generation thing, as far as Super Mario Maker sequels go. I'm sure that there will probably be one, on the next major Nintendo revision that is no longer backward compatible with the Switch and with its online services. Like if they do another generational overhaul of their online accounts, much like how, Miiverse was shut down despite being such a critical part of Mario Maker 1. And if they have a future system that continues to be touchscreen friendly, like, all these little things. Like you need the online infrastructure, you need the touchscreen friendliness, because honestly the controller interface does not suffice by itself. Like it works, it's functional, but it is really not sufficient by itself. Like, if these conditions are met, I think we will continue to see Mario Maker be something that sticks around for a very long time. Particularly because there's so much more that it can still incorporate, like that. You can see that, bringing in Odyssey with Cappy powers could be a really big thing, perhaps. Let's try to move up here. Oh, there's something above. Our flower. Okay, that allows us to melt the ice. And we'll do that. Only thing about a fire flower, yeah, it does come out of the pipe, so that is something repeatable. Hey, we haven't seen what that's about. Okay, no. It's just part of the firing mechanism. Ah, okay, fine. We'll play your way. I'm never really that fond of power-up resets like that, especially when you just give me a mushroom right afterwards, but I guess there might be some reason that fire breaks the next fight that we don't know about. It's going to enforce the on-off state. Doesn't one tile Small Mario get stuck under these days? I know there was some kind of engine change with hitting on-off from below. That's one thing to watch out for. We can test it if we die. Okay. Actually, it would be a really bad idea to... Well, it starts out in an on state anyway, so that's fine. It's not an issue. It's more of a quality control mechanism, so... And it also shows you what's going on with the on-off switches on this side, so we will find out soon enough that is operating as intended. Like if I did a crouch jump into it, I feel like I would get into trouble. I noticed partly because I did an SMB2 like crouch high jump into one of these dotted line setups yesterday and was definitely locked. But I know they made some kind of engine change to that between patches, and I could just never keep it straight. What are we even doing? Oh, okay. Piranha Plant fires out of the right side. Fires out of the left side. Piranha Plant fires out of the left side. We need to activate a P-switch, and a P-switch will nuke the big piranha. We need to look for a P-switch spawn somewhere. And can we find it? Let's try to get on this on-off block. See what happens. We do need a P-switch. We see all these guys coming down here, but that looks like a death pit. Yeah, sorry, I'll just catch up on that for a bit. New funky mode and Knuckles? Yeah, that's something that happens. Oh, I see what you said. Super Toad Planet World Party 3 back in the hood. Yeah. Back in the hood. Okay. Alright, I'll try to keep up with the conversation a little bit better than I have. I've just been doing these timing sensitive things. I totally am missing the point of that boss. It looks very much like I need to kill the big piranha, right? Because I need to get a key. That looks very much P-switch activated. Oh no, the block does bump you out. I guess it's just when it's in a corner or trapped on both sides vertically that it traps you. Let's take a look at it again. Let's take a look. We may be missing something very, very obvious. And that seems to be... Let's see. Something needs to be set on fire, right? I don't see any ice. I don't see any bombs. These junctions just look like pipe junctions. Maybe there is something off screen that we don't know about. No, there isn't. Am I misreading the one-way panels? Okay, so we got the small piranhas activate on either side whenever we hit switches, right? So then what? Hang on. Let me just stop here for a moment. Save spot. Okay, yeah, I have been hitting the switches. And then what? Piranha comes out. Piranha comes back down. Piranha comes out. Because, like, this just alternates between the two sides, right? Like, it doesn't give you... Oh, I see. So, off-screen setup, I see. Where you probably have an on-off dotted line stack, and you just drop a muncher onto a P-switch with that stack, right? Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I can't see what's going on. If I can't see what's going on, it's one of those things where I think it's actually more helpful to see the mechanism in front of me. It's the same kind of thing as with a timer fight, right? Like if you have a fight that's hit on and off, back and forth to drop that, like it doesn't need to be a big column or anything on the side, but there should be some visual clue, I think. So I'm not left wondering what to do. But that's, you know, just something that you think about when it comes to getting this playtested and seeing the readability. I don't know why I'm bopping that, but I will. And then here's some one-ups, okay. And that's it. So yeah, thank you, Galacticon. I see you have lots more levels to get through, and that's a first clear that will be very easily beaten at 7 minutes. And thank you for the follows. Yeah, I guess the only thing, you know, with the boss layout like that, as we were saying before, is that sometimes you do want the question of what to do to be a little more visible. You don't need the whole mechanism on the screen, but you need to have some kind of signal to the player that you know, if they need to wait, they shouldn't be wondering whether they need to wait. They should just be doing it, right? And the challenge is still interesting. And the same thing is true, I think, of the alternating on and off. So, thank you for that. And you are absolutely welcome to submit me more. And thank you for all the GGs in chat. We'll get to Electrodudes, which will put some spark back in our life. ABN, URN, GTF. And let me just catch up on the Super Toad Planet World Party 3, Back in the Hood, New Funky Mode, and Knuckles with a side of fries, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. I think that would just about do the job, and you can put like a sort of ultimate remastered something championship edition at the end. I don't know. Seems like there's always a lot of variety when it comes to Ultra Championship editions next to the well-established naming scheme for Street Fighter. And okay, let's take a look at Gotta Claw Fast, which is about 1%, about 40 seconds, and very well liked as a themed speedrun level where Mario doesn't use the claws himself. Dedicated to Vinny. Oh, let's see. Green Bean Bucket. Yeah, Jorge, thank you for joining us. As I said, like the clear of your level was just a little further ahead in the video. Yeah, thanks for Race Against Koopa the Quick. This one will probably make us a little bit longer, and most of the levels have been quick so far, so we'll likely spend some time working on it, because I have quite enjoyed some of the speedy setups that we've seen from Electrodude in the past. We hesitated there when we were just supposed to go, go, go. Nope, came in low there. The challenge with this level, I can already see, is just reading everything quickly enough, because you have... nope. That's a Z. Because you have those setups there where you bounce very precisely on claws that are still swinging. Like that one there. Not so much that one there. Nope, that was a Z. We lost that. As you can probably tell, I'm one of the English speakers who is from a Z country, not a Z country. If you are from a Z country, you will just have to deal with that. And okay. And I'll just have to deal with this. So, oops, no. Let's give this a bounce. Oh, whoops, no. Missed. Nope. I-Z. Yeah, so do I. Thankfully, we're largely agreed, I think, on the pronunciation of GLHF. GLHF. En français. And... okay. We should not have taken a jump there. But I was still reading what was going on. Looks like we just fall into the bomb, actually. maybe trust the diagonals here as our jump markers. Whoops. Electrodude, I prefer it with the U, except if I'm writing code, because it seems like anything code related goes with the OR spelling. So I'm a little more understanding when it comes to that, simply because, you know, sometimes you just have to deal with the fact that anything computer related will use the OR spelling. Oh, whoops. Just outright missing at that time, but we'll just get our precision down pat. The challenge really is reading this. The actual jumps are not bad at all. It's very much a test of reflex and reaction time. Also because you're going back and forth so much, and so reading your route does require you to be looking at the right part of the screen at the right time, just to kind of map out where you're going with some of the back and forth setups like that. There we go. Okay, I tried to do a high bounce off of that, and that did not seem to be the answer. So I'll just go back to that and see if I can read it a little better. But yeah, everything here, so long as I'm actually doing it right, seems to work pretty reliably. It does look like I need a high bounce off of that and onto the next trampoline. And that it's going to blow up in the meantime, right? Like it's going to bounce me up to the trampoline and then I fall back in after the bomb blows up. That's how I'm reading it so far. It does look like a pretty big bounce off of the bomb, though. Numerous Super Toad Planet World. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing after I do this attempt. Because we gotta not take our eyes off the screen for this. Okay, now we can do it. New title, Newer Super Toad Planet World Party Card, Modern Warfare, Duty, Eternal New Horizon, Deluxe Tennis Aces Sports Remastered, Chain of Memories, Evil 7, 3, Back into Hood, New Funky Mode, and Knuckles, with a side of fries, Tropical Freeze, Nights at Freddy's. Better? Oh, well, not better, because we dropped that shell. Okay. Okay, so a little bit early on that bomb. You're totally welcome to clip that, by the way. I will probably forget to do it myself, though. A sequel when? I don't know. Anthony seems to have a very quick development time, so a sequel might even be coming by the time we are finished with this level. Or maybe even on this attempt. Okay. So yeah, we got that trampoline and we didn't manage to fall back accurately on the one on the right. It seems like I do need to pull directionally back to the right. Game of the Year Edition. Yeah. You'll just have to edit that in. I'm not redoing the whole thing. That's my attitude to many Game of the Year editions, in fact, is I'm not redoing the whole thing. Okay, we may be bouncing low out of the upper trampoline, or we may be missing something about like which direction I'm supposed to press in, because I'm hanging back to the right. I'm not sure if that's actually the correct thing to do. Whoops. Rogan, welcome back. Thank you for your submission. I remember that your last one went over quite well here. Okay, we got that bounce. We just needed to react to that one properly and just go forward. Fall into the wooden bridge, and then we'll read the next set of obstacles, so... Nope, that's a Z jump. Yeah, Player's Choice Edition, the sequel, dequel, Groundhog Edition, yeah, pretty much. I should have done a normal jump there, but I was reading chat. Was thoroughly distracted. Nope. We needed to kind of bounce back as soon as we hit that. And run to the right. Nope. And that section is partly just well, from what I've seen so far, it's just kind of a readability thing to react to it accurately first time. Because, I mean, I am seeing that stuff for the first time, right? Like, whenever I sort of understand how approximately something is supposed to go, it seems like I can kind of read what's going on, but I mean, obviously I missed setting up all of that there just from missing how to pass the claw earlier. Anyway, what I'm saying is that the execution feels really good once the readability is in place. It's definitely just the reaction time that is the major challenge here. Like, this probably looks very frantic, but it's very straightforward to control, I think. Oh, we need to bounce off the left. Okay. I see what the trampolines on the left side are for, maybe. Bounce back and forth there. Whoops. Yeah, it looks like for that pattern of claw drops, it's bounce off to right, bounce off to left. But we'll think about it when we get there. Sometimes I have this problem where I think too far ahead in the level when I'm still on an early obstacle, and I, whoops, just mess up the ones that I have theoretically mastered already, simply because I'm not paying attention. But we'll see if we actually get into that sort of trouble here. No. We need to stop instinctively jumping out of that. I need to just fall into it and go left. Fall and go left. Seems like we're positionally in a weird spot here, but there we go. No, that says a Z. We have 15 seconds remaining. I did manage to get past that at least, so I think that was correct, like going back to the spring like that. I did hesitate for a bit, and that might throw me off the timer. So I just need to tighten that up a bit, but thankfully tightening it up is something that we do without worrying too much about the setup clicking into place. At least from what I saw in that attempt, I may be totally wrong. Whoops. Too far ahead. Anthony, I don't think this is nearly the kind of difficulty that I've heard is associated with Little Curbs. I don't really know much about their stream apart from knowing that they set up a whole bunch of the Ninja speed records. Because the unfortunate thing about streaming Mario Maker is that I no longer have time to really watch a lot of the big streamers. But no, this, like, the clear rate on this was 1%, which is by no means super duper Kaizo or anything like that. And when you play the level and when you kind of feel it out in your hands, you can really see why. That the reaction timing is good in terms of reading what is on the screen and knowing where to go. The actual jumps are actually not bad at all. The jumps kind of play themselves in some ways. It's really not that hard. getting a little better at this part, at least. Yeah, that is a nice setup. I do like how that feels. I feel like I was supposed to not get in the claw. I needed to jump over the claw. As I was instructed at the beginning of the level to not be in the claw. Pretty much ever. And it seems to be very consistent about that. So it looked like I just needed to spin over that and let Junior get caught. Or re-caught. Yeah, trampolines actually feel great here once you've got them down, which is astonishing considering how janky they can often be if you're not careful. Okay, I was not careful. But yeah, actually that trampoline setup, now that I know how to pull in and out of it, feels remarkably consistent by the standards of anything involving trampolines. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce. There we go. Oh, I see. My falling arc is bad. I should be pulling harder to the left. And just kind of falling into the pink coin area. I haven't really been counting the coins to see how we're progressing. Nope, I messed that up. So 3 coins up to that point. We're about 15 seconds left. Yeah, safe to assume that you need to turn around if you hit a spring, yep. Yeah, and you would think that I would notice that by now, given that the whole level has been teaching me to do that. And of course I disobeyed that advice right there. Okay. And felt like I lost a tiny bit of time there. But, oh, no, that was just a bad jump. Went into that just slightly too early. Okay, let's go. Back. Back. And nope. Need to jump a little further on that platform. Whoops. Okay. Oh, you mean all your speedruns have that kind of spring setup when it comes to signaling? Yeah. I find that, yeah, if makers have a very consistent system of signaling or how they like to design their setups in a certain genre like the speedrun, that, yeah, you do actually get better at a specific maker when you just play more of their levels. You do get better at just one particular person because you learn how to read how they like to use their notation and what their sense of fairness is, or, you know, what they're telling you with little turnarounds like that. So, I mean, there is always going to be a first one that you do where you kind of learn their particular spin on the notation and the pacing. But yeah, I feel like we're not doing too badly. Oh, missed a jump there. Yeah, Anthony, it seems like they're still sort of involved in a turtle battle with the refreshing levels, but from what I'm told, I don't actually look at the popular list, like, ever. And it's not necessarily anything against the popular levels, it's more that, like, I've got so much more Mario Maker to play, and presumably so much better Mario Maker to play that. Like, I don't have time to look at the popular list. But then I see levels by people who are making fun of the popular list. Like, you kind of see parody speedruns or parody levels of things like refreshing or stuff like that. And then, like, if you don't play the popular tab, then you don't quite get the joke. That's the only thing. No. I totally read that as a spin jump. I just hit the wrong button. Super expert popular, okay. Yeah, I don't tend to play a lot of super expert except when I'm on stream, but I think doing it on stream has, I mean, obviously this isn't, you know, Kaizo level stuff, but when we're talking about like the 0.5% to 1% range, some really good stuff in there. But I find that I already kind of get a very good selection of them when I am doing this on stream, so... It's one of those things where, you know, like, I already play way too much Mario Maker, so I kind of have to pick my battles, and one of the reasons I kind of caught on to doing viewer levels was that, like, I found that the kind of efficiency of it, in terms of the number of good levels you see relative to the time invested, to be just very, very good. Like, you'll see some bad stuff, you'll see some stuff that is good but clearly for a different audience, but in the end, the efficiency of it is very difficult to compete with. And part of it is that, you know, you do get the social experience of hanging out with the makers and giving some level feedback and just kind of playing with other people who are watching as well. It does kind of feed into an environment, I think, which encourages a certain approach to level design. Well, actually, it encourages a number of approaches to level design. I mean, you do see people who are really invested in very specific sub-communities, like, you know, are really into full levels all the time, or shell levels all the time, and, you know, you just kind of get used to that, but... I guess what I'm saying is that, like, I found that viewer levels really kind of improved my experience of Mario Maker a lot, and that's why I do it. And yeah, lots of underrated creators, like even the ones that are kind of well-known in communities or discords and such, like even the ones that are names that like we'd know about if we kind of followed Mario Maker, and like they actually have surprisingly few plays. I'm not talking about, you know, the big sort of celebrity streamers or anything, but like basically somebody like, you know, Mang, for instance. Like Electro Dude knows who I'm talking about. Like Mang's levels are great, and they really don't have very many plays. And that's just the makers that we know about, right? Like who actually do bother to put into time to do community stuff and talk to other makers and submit on Twitch. Like, sure, there are a lot more that just don't get played and maybe leave the game prematurely because they don't get played. Let's fix up that turnaround. Let's pay attention there, stay on the ground, bounce back onto spring. Okay, let's focus on this a bit, and let's not miss the jumps that are supposed to be spin jumps. Dash, dash. Spin. We're out of time because I hesitated on the last bit, so I assume we're going to die. Yeah, we just kind of paused for about half a second on the POW at the end. That was enough to kill us. Yeah, I mean, like, as a player, you really do have to know your own tastes. Like, I only, for instance, I only ever play troll levels if they're submitted to me here, because of that kind of puzzle decipherment element, so I have no idea what's going on with the whole meta game that's happening with Carl and DGR and so on. Because there's clearly a couple of things that are like very much community in-jokes for them. And you see a lot of the troll makers just kind of lean into those community in-jokes, and I have no idea what they're doing. But yeah, I think that is just the best way to experience Mario Maker, is to network and to say, okay, I'm interested in this. I'm going to find a set of people who are interested in the same thing and who are good at it. And unfortunately, we all just kind of accept that we are going to miss a lot of makers that would be up our alley if we knew about their existence. Like, that just happens. We're just going to miss people. And perhaps people who could be quite good. So. Okay. Let's see if we lost too much time here or not, because we have O on the clock, and we hit the 1-up but not the gate, so we need to tighten something up. And that's one thing, is I replaced a jump there with a spin jump, knowing that it was safe to do so. Whoops. And okay. So now it's just a timer issue. So we need to figure out where we're losing time. Looks like there's a bit of hesitation on that turnaround there. That could be cleaned up. Likewise here. Yeah, sail right up to Bowser Jr. that way. It seems to work a little better. We totally missed a spin jump there. At about 4 seconds at that point. Yeah. I can see that I'm losing time on some of these spring turnarounds, where I'm slowing down a bit in the reversal. Pretty sure that is the problem, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I imagine that, you know, it's a very different experience to be playing Mario Maker, just, there we go. Just to go through the popular list and to kind of have that lack of engagement between, like, your own position as a new creator and people who are getting hundreds and thousands of plays. Got Claw fast, but clearly not fast enough by about 0.4 seconds. Thank you very much, Electrodude. I do look forward to seeing more of these as you're comfortable with sending them to the level of skill that you've seen on display, or the lack of skill, either way. I think you kind of see what I can or can't do at this point, so... Hey, those of you dropping by, Zed Saberlink, we actually just went through Zed and Z just a little while ago, but thank you for inquiring about Worlds. Yeah, sorry, I was a little behind in chat during some of the more intense sequences there. So I'm just going to scroll up a little bit while I pull up whatever's next. Yeah, and Electrodude, like... Yeah, execution honestly felt buttery smooth. Obviously, we needed to do a little bit of timer optimization at the end, but I think it was fairly clear where we had to do that. And so the fact that you had some of the mechanisms from moving parts like swinging claws working as intended. I think it's very good testament to the reliability of that level. Like that, it was really 90% readability and 10% nailing the jumps. I kind of like that. It does require a little bit of trial and error for things that you are just slow in reading when you read them for the first time, and I think that's where a lot of the depths were coming from. But I think that worked just very smoothly. So yeah, thank you for submitting. 4 and 3s. Yep, you are here. Let's take a look. C, B, C6, C, V, G. Yeah, we've been playing for about 2 hours at this point. We'll be going for at least another hour probably, and we'll see. Let me see the current state of the queue. Okay, we've got 7 in queue. And all of you are online. Okay, great. So folks, what usually happens is my policy is that if you are in the queue, we will make sure you get played. I'm not going to keep you waiting and waiting for hours just to not get played. So if you do stay in the stream, I will get to yours tonight, and then how much time we spend on it will depend on the difficulty of the people who come before you. I will probably be closing the queue at around 1/2 the hour, given how many people we currently have in there. But if some of the last few levels in the queue turn out to be on the easier side, we may reopen for more if we feel like we have time. But as I said, I am planning to run for at least another hour to an hour and a half. So we will try to see everybody. Deserted falling platforms, 30 seconds. Can you complete the speedrun with falling platforms? Play to test yourself. Yep, the online indicator seems to like all of you. So I hope the queue order was actually functioning as intended. I think it was. So yeah, let me know if the bot is screwing up the order or anything like that. I have a lot to juggle and manage on my side. Okay, sound is still working good. Oh, should have paid attention to the fact that this is speed dependent. So that's the first attempt just blown. I see that I do have to run right away in order to catch next platform there. There is a little bit of momentum trickery here. Yeah, okay, I need to not slam into that. Yeah, there's a little bit of drag that is exerted by the platform going in circles. We just need to account for that. And we'll just need to be a little bit careful with that. And at the same time, run off of that fast enough that we can hit this platform here and dash off the end of that so we don't slam our heads on a ceiling. Whoop. That was a little bit messy. Okay, so let me see what's going on there, because I don't think I see it. It could be that I'm late to something that I'm supposed to catch. I suspect, in fact, that that's the case, that I'm just late to getting to that point, and so I missed something that's supposed to spawn in and drop. But I don't see what that something could be, at least not yet. Whoops. I see some vines there. Oh, I see, okay. There are vines. Maybe there's a bit of a climb. Oops. One moment. We need to take care of this special reward redemption. So let's go with number 89. Unfortunately, this is not one that I'll do while I play the level, simply because this level is a bit speed dependent. So for those of you who have not seen it before, apparently some people who drop by to stream like my voice from time to time, and I thought it was a very flattering compliment, and I decided to put in a reward that would actually make use of it in some kind of productive fashion. So what I do is I have a channel point reward just redeemed by Mr. Electrodude, in which I read one of the Shakespeare sonnets while playing Mario, although obviously not at the same time as pushing the buttons. So let me just manage that reward request for a moment and mark that as complete, because I will read you William Shakespeare's sonnet number 89. Say that thou didst forsake me for some fault, and I will comment upon that offence. Speak of my lameness, and I straight will halt, against thy reasons making no defence. Thou canst not, love, disgrace me half so ill, to set a form upon desired change, as I'll myself disgrace, knowing thy will. I will acquaintance strangle and look strange, be absent from thy walks. In my tongue thy sweet, beloved name no more shall dwell, lest I too much profane should do it wrong, and haply of our old acquaintance tell. For thee against myself I'll vow debate, for I must never love him whom thou dost hate. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, back to the level. A lot of the Shakespeare sonnets, as it turns out, and I'm not going to sort of read through that right this instance because I am still playing the level, but it's amazing how many of them can actually be reinterpreted to be about the art and science of level design. Like, you would be very surprised. Oh, okay, so it is a climb, and then it is a nudge, and then go forward from there. Oh, thank you, Electrodude. Not exactly, you know, ASMR by any means, but that's because we don't have paper in front of us to crinkle and food to chew and so on. Instead, we just read you Shakespeare and let you chew on that. Oops. Okay, we gotta take off that platform a little later. Height is not so much a problem there. Distance is the thing that we have an issue with. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're into this kind of thing. Now, what is this? Okay. Seems like we're losing quite a bit of time on some of these jumps, and so I am at this point a little bit concerned. Especially with 4 seconds remaining and a really bad fall down to the flag. So that was with 0 left on the clock, and I do see where some of the lag time on the jumps is coming from, so we gotta tighten this up just a little bit. Whoops. Snake Jake, thank you for the way of the bonsai. And yes, indeed, so close. So for something that's apparently 1%, this actually feels a fair bit easier, but we don't know how much timer trouble we'll have when we actually fall correctly in that last segment, so let's not speak too soon. Yeah, I can't stand ASMR either, to be honest. I think it's mostly just the acronym or abbreviation ASMR that puts me off, because it just makes it sound like this. I know it's supposed to be like auto-sensory meridian response in the same way that like FC UK is supposed to be French Connection UK, right? It's just this abbreviation to make it look like it has some kind of justification that it hasn't really earned. But I mean, if some of you are really into ASMR, I hope you don't mind me kind of trashing it like this, but because it's honestly not something I actually know that much about, but I think I actually am kind of bothered by it, you know, having this pretense of having something to do with meridians. Okay, back to the level. Let's just try to clean this up now that we have seen the length and the level of tightness we can expect. Obviously, the vine climbing is something that could be tightened up in terms of time. Like, that's something that we were losing a little bit of precision on. Whoops. The head bump on that jump that we've been dying on several times, like, that's something that we can clean up. Oh, lost a little bit of time there. We actually got onto the second vine that time, and it looked like we would be ahead of pace. Then we lost it a little bit, so... Oh, no. Okay. That's a fall. Yeah, the thing is, as your levels get more plays, the clear rate just plummets. Like, I uploaded a new one, well, at the beginning of one of my streams earlier this week, and my target for that was about 5%, because I was looking at it and thinking, okay, Mario Maker 2 audience, this is going to be about 5%. And it actually did its sort of high 4 to 5% almost on the dot, like when I was shopping it around, and then, you know, random players started getting a hold of it, and the clear rate just got cut in half right there, like within the span of an hour. Just absolutely plummeted. But that's because you will have a lot of people who, I think, they encounter things in Endless in particular. They will be much more prone to skipping, like if they just don't understand something like an early screen or an early jump. Sorry, I'm not paying enough attention to fixing the early jumps here. I should not be dying on the easy parts of the level. Okay. Let's let that fall just a little bit, slightly longer, or maybe dash off the right side. Take a bit more of a risk on that, because I feel like that one has been inconsistent for me, and it's because I'm not accurately calculating what I need to do to avoid the head bump. No. Okay, getting off this vine is being a bit of an issue for me. But I think just doing a jump on that, landing directly when I am on the right side of the vine, is probably how to do it. So we have, of course, done all this stuff already. It's more that, like, figuring out the consistent technique to get it to trigger. No. Re-grabbed, and that was a mistake. Yeah, the boomerang level you showed me the other day, yeah, that's a prime example. Like, you know, some people are just going to not know what to do, even if it's very clear to us as people who play that stuff somewhat regularly. Okay, I think it's actually my D-pad acting up on the re-grab there, that it is detecting my right input as a right and diagonal up, and it's re-grabbing the vine when I just want to drop. So, we gotta do the vine drop a little more cleanly. Okay. Nope. Yeah, the total likes are, I think, the more important thing, because they give you a sense of how many players were actually engaged with the experience, right? Like, even if they don't clear it. Like, if somebody has no clear and a like, I especially kind of take that as a compliment. That, like, they didn't beat it, they might even have raged against it, but they liked the idea that they saw. Okay, we lost too much time that time regardless, like we would not have made that fall, so... Maybe a lot of the 1% on this level does come from just timer issues. Like, we fell way too long on the first platform on that attempt, as you can see. Like, that stuff needs to be tightened up considerably. Nope. Yeah, I've got to come up with more interesting channel point rewards. And that's something that I haven't done yet, because like having affiliate status is something that kind of took me by surprise and hit me very quickly, in that I really had not been streaming for very long when that happened, and I suddenly had all these decisions to make on a Unity level. Aren't maker points limited by the amount of levels? They changed the formula back in the Link patch, as you'll probably remember, and I don't know. It is something ratio-based, in that if you have very few levels, but they all have a good likes ratio, you still get a pretty decent amount of points. Even if you're not that prolific. No. We need to ride that out of it first. I was concerned about the amount of time we were losing, because it seemed like we were way behind the pace that we needed to pass this. Okay. Not accounting for the drag from the platform. Let's do that again. Okay. Someone posted on Reddit that they got 9 gold medals. Level building, okay. Sorry, I didn't quite process that, I'll just look at this. And they said it would be too annoying because it would require catering to little Timmies too much. Well, maybe so. I mean, like, there are a lot of people who, especially with the way the skip system works in Endless, who just never put like on anything that they don't complete, right? And so anything with a low completion rate is just naturally going to suffer from that. With the exception of, you know, levels that are by people who are kind of established celebrity makers or whatever, where like you play something by, I don't know, Panga maybe. I haven't played his SMM2 stuff, but if you play something by Panga, you know, he's going to get a ton of likes from people who honestly did not get past the first screen. And he'll get that because he's Panga, right? And maybe because the first screen setup actually is legitimately really good. 2, 1, there we go. But yeah, that just sounds like a heck of a grind. So, thank you for that. It took a little bit of work to sort out. Wow, that person who got 25 seconds, like beat us by 4 seconds, clearly had some kind of big skip over one of the following platforms that we didn't even think about. Like, you don't get 25 on that path. Like, there's a lot that I could have tightened up in terms of the time it took to let the platforms fall, but you do not get 25 seconds on the path I was taking. Okay, Anthony. Thank you for sticking around. Okay, let me check the state of the queue. We got a fair bit ahead of us, so at this point, this is going to be last call. If you have a submission that you do not already have in the queue, and you would like to ensure that you are played at some point in the stream, you have until after... Well, let me look at the clear rate here first. Okay, you have until my first death on Square Root of Smart Troll. At my first death, I will close the queue and change my stream title to reflect that. We will play through the rest, particularly because this is a troll. We'll play through the rest. We will make sure that everybody who is already in the queue gets seen, although I may not be able to finish longer levels. I may have to kind of postpone the completion to some other time. So yeah, that's our policy. We'll get through everybody who's already in the queue, then we will see whether we are ahead of schedule or behind schedule or whatever. If we're ahead of schedule because of some easy levels, we will either go back to something that we failed to complete, or we will take more submissions from people who came in near the end. That's how that's going to work. You have until the first death on this level, and then it will be last call. Oh, you want to play... Okay, no. I can look at a different code, yeah? Play this instead. Okay, no, we'll back out and do that. Sorry, I just didn't read your message until after, and it looks like we took our first death there anyway. So why don't I extend that a little more leniently? I should have just clicked through to your profile. XHH 9TQ E9G. No place like troll. Okay. So, yeah. On our first death in this level, I will close the queue. Okay. So, that's going to drop something. The other poison mushroom is going to drop something. This is probably some kind of... Okay. I see. That looks like it may be some kind of timer. We'll take a look. We'll take a look. Yeah, it looks like it's on some kind of P timer. Or proximity switch. Oh no, that was an icicle popping that, actually. Icicle popping the brick? Or was that some kind of thing I misread? Let's see. Oh, I see. Icicle on top of the blaster, and it pops the brick. Yep. This is sitting on top of a semi-solid, and this is a death. So we need to pay more attention to what is triggering the key in the top right. Okay. Bomb triggers the key in the top right. Where on earth can we actually use the key? Is this drop going to take us anywhere? No. Although you can drop in the right donut block and jump under the cloud blocks. Okay, let's close. Totally forgot. And indeed, we will revise the stream title. I've learned how to do this now. We're going to refresh the warp roll bar so it actually properly reflects that the queue is now closed. Finishing early, don't count on it? No, I'm not counting on it. But let's see. Okay. No, we needed to actually climb up Divine. That's why we hadn't seen that previously. Yeah, a bit of a memory test, but that's how trolls go. I've actually seen very few trolls since the new update. Whoops. Jumped a little too high into Divine. But I assume that the troll makers are hard at work at using some of the new mechanics. Okay, we'll let the bomb do its work. We'll come up here. Oh no, we need to slide off, and we need to hope that there aren't invisible blocks that are under the clouds. It may not be the way to progress, but it is the way that we will check. Okay. Nothing so far, unless this is a big awe. Nope, that lets us through. And then if we go back, something is going to change with the spawning. You see big thwomps up top that kind of smash that pathway. So yeah, we'll try to follow that instruction, despite this being a troll level, and see if coming back actually releases anything interesting for us. There was... Okay. Oh, interesting. I see. The slope actually blocks you from coming back. I wanted to check up there beside the thwomps. And indeed, I think the back arrow telling you to go back is supposed to kind of trick you into hanging around in that slope and being bopped by Koopa, so... Let's just go. Anti-gravity, this is almost certainly going to be a problem. Checkpoint on that side. All the pipes are red. Anti-softlock game probably, but we'll... I mean, it is on top of the goal curtain for SMB3, so... It almost certainly leads you into a death trap, but we may as well see it once and only once. Okay. Probably won't get us anywhere. It'll probably tease us with the goal and then lead us to death. But we'll do it. Got 200 seconds. There's no way the solution is that open and so early, but it may give us some kind of vital clue that we want for later in the level, so... Zedsaber, if you are not online, I probably will have to skip, but, like, I mean, I know who you are, like, from the other community, and so I may put you into one of the backlog streams, like, which I will probably do at the same time tomorrow. I can't guarantee that yet, because I have to check something with my schedule, but I may do one of the backlog catch-up streams, and I can catch you then. So if you do need to go tonight, I'll try to schedule you in for tomorrow. When it's not going to be a viewer session, but it's more, you know, a session of codes I've been warned about. So if you know you can't stay, that's fine, but just given how many levels we have left, we are unlikely to play anybody who is not online at the time that I call them. That's just a usual policy. Hey Galacticon, I'm glad you played it, thank you. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. The level that Galacticon was mentioning, of course, was the newest one that I had put in. I can plug in a code if anybody is interested. But let me just navigate this quickly. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my idea. Okay, so that is just death. But it will show us that a red pipe is something that will take us right over the goal. And that moreover, there is some kind of conveyor trick next to it. It may be that the red pipe is some kind of red herring and that the actual path to the goal comes from the bottom, but we'll just have to see that and discover it for ourselves. It also means at this point that we know that we cannot just go down to the right side, the bottom right side of the swamp here. Okay, well, we just got it. Oh, I think I see. Oh, low gravity, okay. So, checkpoint 1, which may or may not be good to us, but let's kind of take a look at all this stuff here. So we know that pipe ejects us out that way, this pipe probably ejects us out as a back to CP1 trap. We'll just have to go ahead and take a look. And okay, so this is kind of like a frowny face or maybe an indifferent face That was in the cover art. Well, we're just past the checkpoint. We'll have to know about the store eventually, so we'll just see it. Okay, so that's just back here. Yeah, the anti-soft lock was entirely useless, except for showing me that there's a red pipe on top of the goal, so... I mean, I was willing to see it once, but only once. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if that was timing-based. Okay, I see. So you need to let that drop. Yeah. And it is hidden under the conveyor belt. Okay. Let's just take a look at that setup again to see if we are reading that accurately. Okay, key. Yep, and then that bursts. Ah, icicle. Okay. So it seems like icicles under blasters are something we should reliably be looking at. So you see, yeah, here's a little bit of a tricksy thing. I don't think... Oh, I see. No. We need to get back here. Okay. We need to hit the on-off switch right away in order to reverse the conveyor as soon as we get in the room. That will be the strategy. So, wait. Key. And that's gonna shatter. And then we don't get hit by the Goombas. I'm sure there were invisible blocks under the goal. I did not even bother checking. I should bother to check at least once. But I'm looking at this and thinking, yeah, no way is that the solution. No way. It's probably going to try to drop a cheap on our heads again. In fact, I'm pretty confident it will. Okay. Maybe not. That was surprisingly fair. We want to jump straight up. We might want to hit that block just to have a space to land on. Yep. Random invis block. So we'll just drop that icicle. Drop this. Yeah, I mean, there was... I missed this. Yeah, there was no way that was going to do anything useful for us either way. The ultimate troll. Everybody's expecting you to drop something on their face, and then you just subvert those expectations with nothing more than a measly pair of coins. Okay, let's maybe hit this too. You never know. That's going to drop something on our heads. Watch. No. That's going to be a block that drops something on our heads. Nope. Okay. Mighty suspicious. Well, we haven't checked the right side there yet. We'll eventually perhaps want to. I'm trying to remember how falling onto the one-way panels works, in fact, because that might even be something. I'm going to try this first. Okay. 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 Red pipe. Nothing in the red pipe. We need an on-off state here. Actually, no, we don't. We can outrun the blaster. The on-off switch. Maybe. I'm gonna try it. We are just going to try it. Okay. Release. Now, can I outrun? Yes. Yes. No. No. Actually, no, I'm going to try it with the leftmost block. I feel like I can do it. If I dash into it and hit the leftmost block. I feel like it actually can be done. It would be surprisingly execution dependent for a troll level like this, which has been fairly easygoing about execution, but you just never know, right? Like, gotta check these things. Whoops, missed. Missed. Let's just die. On-off needed a push, yeah. Well, the on-off switch certainly knows who is its daddy. Okay, we're gonna try to outrun. Outrun. Totally can be done, yeah. Okay. Clear it all the way over. Oh, look at that claw. CP2 that away. Okay. Now, do we actually want CP2 in this level? That's something that is an open question. Given the placement of that block there, and the reversal of the on-off state. Of course, we know that starting from CP2 will require that we start with this on-off state as what it is. There's, of course, also the option of damage boost, which would get us through any invisible blocks that are up here. That doesn't look like anything. Mushroom trap. And that looks like it is somewhere we haven't seen yet? I don't think so. Okay, Thwomp Trap. I mean, Thwomp Trap will just get around that. It's not a particularly big deal. Oh god, that upward float, I actually did not account for that in the Knight style. I have very rarely seen the Tanuki Leaf in this format, so... Let's try that again. Whoop. Okay. And then... Here we are. Did not check that out of red pipe, but we do know that there's a red pipe that is paired with a reset back to CP1. So, we do need to be wary of stuff like that. As we know, there's a red pipe that is paired with the ending, and a red pipe paired with CP1. Whoops. That snake block is actually kind of cute. Okay. See this again. I mean, I suppose I'll have to find out about that red pipe eventually, but... Until that time, we will just proceed as we have been doing. We will dodge the thwomp. We will take advantage of low gravity to fall into those snake blocks rather, a little more safely. This may or may not be another trap. This door, we'll see what that's paired with. Interesting. CP1. Okay, so that's the back to CP1 pipe. And no, it's not. Like somebody would seriously stop and hit reset there when, among other things, we know that the CP1, like the back to CP1 pipe, didn't actually spit you directly on top of the flag, so there was probably some way to get around it anyway, so. Thank you for that submission. I actually think that played remarkably fair with me. So you know what? Like, I don't really want to encourage troll levels, but that played fair. But yeah, I'm not a troll specialist designer by any means in terms of guiding player psychology, but I think we've got an idea of how that goes. Yeah, that was a fairly early piece too. That's from September. And yeah, thank you to all those who have been playing a new level, by the way. I had mentioned it earlier, and I might as well plug it here, just to show off the fact that I had punched in the little macro to do that. But I do really appreciate some of you who have just gone ahead and played that of your own volition already. And no, why am I typing in my own code? I need to type in Thomas's code. Okay. Sorry, I just saw codes in chat and then I just started typing in the wrong one. Don't even need to type in a code to access my own level. That would be horribly embarrassing. Okay, this is one that we had looked forward to. Champions Road Remake. And then we can all nerd out about how much we love 3D World. So, when I originally beat Champions Road, like the original Champions Road, I did it entirely in co-op and had the time of my life. Like, we went in standard 10 lives, no power-ups, and did the whole thing in co-op. Oh, okay, so this is how you do the Galaxy guys, the Galaxy Goombas, whatever they're called, the Space Goombas. The second Space Goomba in the original was the one that gave me the most trouble. Love the hammer segment, of course, the fire segment, rather. This is where Charge and Chuck is usually placed, and then that's a bully instead. Yeah, after all these years, like after 6 years since I last played it, I have that level seared in my memory. So we can expect the Beat Block Staircase soon, yeah, right here. The Beat Block Staircase followed by the Magikoopa fight. Whoops. Octumba, yes, thank you. Thank you, Electrodude, thank you. I don't know if I was ever aware that they were called the Octumbas. We should be a little bit more patient, because even back in Champions Road, we just got smashed by that all the time. I mean, I guess if we were really faithful, you would start me out with one mushroom. But, you know, artist license, we accept some changes from time to time. So there's Charge and Bully, pretending to be a Chuck. And it'd be a big Chuck. And then a Beat Block Staircase. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Now this is all the remake of the part I always had trouble with. And was not that bad, actually. Okay, let's see what's up here. Oh, I see. That's just the global switch. Okay. Oh, right, because of the property of the single tile clouds in 3D World being global ground, right? That's how that works. Here's the Magikoopa fight. Big Magikoopa holds the key. Ah, this makes up for the lack of the swinging pendulums. We should just tuck ourselves in the corner there. And then this will be the equivalent of the kind of, not at the Piranha Climb yet, but the Piranha Climb will be coming. Piranha Climb was the one part that was like really difficult in co-op because, you know, you would kill the piranhas as you step up the wall jump. The Ant Trooper Climb, rather. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, like where you bop the multiple piranhas in a row. And that was kind of a nightmare in co-op because somebody would always have to die. Like we'd originally just somebody bubble over. Here I'm just gonna wait for the wall jump. Here is the Piranha Climb. Okay. Okay. This looks like a bit of a lock spot. No, that's a ceiling. I just couldn't tell because of the bobbing airship circus camera. So that's going to... Wait. Oh, this is the swimming segment. This is the swimming segment. Okay. And, of course, this is Champions Road, so A, there is no checkpoint, and B, we are not going to whine about it. Oh, no. You have to experience Champions Road in its purest form. No. Although I guess, as I said, in its purest form you would. start with the one mushroom. Not that I ever depended on it that heavily, but we're doing well so far. We're doing well. It helps that we kind of know what to expect and to, you know, just to get that thematic pleasure from seeing how you've implemented different things in a level. Even if this is, like, deep in sub 1%. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I totally understand where people's love of checkpoints is coming from. I understand it, but I'm not a person who complains about checkpoints, unless it's like a super precision technical level. Like, if something that kind of just still feels like platforming like this. I mean, I don't know if I'll finish this on stream, but depending on how you've implemented the water section and the dash panel section, but I don't complain about checkpoints. I was actually kind of shocked at how much it makes people like hate certain levels. Because the very first level I made in SMM2 was a clear condition level that really makes you use all 500 seconds, and like it's not one of those where you are tight on time, you know, for platforming reasons or for tight corners or anything, but it's more that you have to be very efficient and you have to know the level well. And it was kind of built to be like this style of level where you kind of get better at every segment as you learn it, right? And yeah, people absolutely hated the fact that there's no checkpoint. Like, but I'm okay with it. It was actually the same. I had the same argument with people over Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, if you're familiar with that game. If you love stuff like the final levels in 3D Mario, you will really like Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which is a 2D game, but which has a final level that is about a 20-minute level that originally had no checkpoints, although now they nerfed it to have two versions. Like one that's kind of like a practice version that's built up into quadrants and gives you tons of HP, and one that is kind of the purest form of challenge where you have no additional hit buffer. But I absolutely love that stuff. Like, you know, in terms of having a level where like everything in it one by one is pretty fair, and doing it all consistently and having that stamina and focus is more of the challenge you were aiming for. So yeah, even if I don't finish this on today's stream, in the interest of time and in the interest of getting around to other people, I will definitely want to come back to it. I think so far this has actually been a pretty neat remake. Remember, even in Mario Maker 1, that everybody was thinking of ideas like remaking Champions Road, although you'd just have a much more limited palette back then. Now you got, you know, like Spikes kind of solved the Octumba problem in their own way. Just a lot more to work with. Interestingly, the new additions to 3D World with the latest update don't really affect much in terms of a Champions Road remake. Like, it seems like the last update kind of completed what you needed by giving you Spike. But the hats were not so much of a thing here to begin with, except unless you want to, you know, simulate the water section with the propeller or something. But... okay, no spin there. It is just like the last level of Galaxy 2, the perfect run in Grandmaster Galaxy. That was where the trend kind of started, so... like, Electro, I don't know how much of recent 3D Mario you played, but starting with Galaxy 2, they always had the final exam level, so to speak. Which is this big, long marathon gauntlet. So it started with the perfect run, and then 3D Land had 8 Crown, which was pretty decent. 3D World had Champions Road, which is astonishing, especially in co-op. Fantastic level. Probably my favorite official Nintendo level is Champions Road. Like, absolutely love that thing. And then Odyssey had the Darker Side, or Long Journey's End. And Captain Toad had one of these, actually. Captain Toad had Mummy Me Maze Forever, which was kind of like an arcade game inside the game. It was really quite interesting. And yeah, I guess you played them all, so. On-off blocks, yeah, that's a good point, actually. On-off blocks might have done a few things. But yeah, I hope I can do this within the time on stream. But given the clear rate and given, you know, how we still need to do the water section and the dash panel section, and we've barely even seen the kind of pseudo water section. That's we may have to abort this one early, but I'm really glad I saw it so I can go back to it. And so Thomas, like if that's the case, like if you see a completion stamp for me on this level, then you'll know that I probably did come back to record it. But just in the interest of time with 6 people remaining. We'll see. We'll see if we can see how the water section is implemented at the very least. But yeah, I guess, you know, having boxes of placeable, swimmable water would have been one amazing thing to have in 3D World. You know where that originally came from? So you know how starting with Super Mario Galaxy, you started having these like floating globes of water that are just in the middle of nowhere. And then that made its way to Galaxy and to 3D World. I don't remember if that was in Odyssey, I don't think it was. But you know how like this sort of original line of 3D Mario was kind of developed by the new team they'd assembled in Tokyo, right? Starting with Galaxy 1. And you might be aware of this already, since you seem to know your Nintendo pretty well, but like that was the team that had previously worked on Donkey Kong Jungle. And I remember Donkey Kong Jungle Beat being the first game where I saw that idea of having the mid-air swimmable water. Like, that's where I remember it being. And so, like, every time I see that in, you know, kind of 3D Mario post-Galaxy, I think of it as, hey, it's that mechanic from Jungle Beat. Okay. Okay, we have to focus on our timing here. Maybe not talk so much. Now, the other thing I did back when I played Champions Road was we just kind of randomized our characters between every game over. And the thing is, depending on the character you pick in 3D World, the one segment that actually really does affect is the beat block staircase. Because, you know, you have that height gain from Luigi, you have the extra hover, or twirl rather, from Peach and Rosalina. And so, like, you'd have to learn a slightly different pattern for each of the characters if you were just kind of constantly switching between them. And I found that to be a really fun way to play it. Okay, I see. We must have tripped a different switch over here. As we head over to this side. Oh, whoops. A little late getting out of there. But yeah, actually, West Second on his channel was playing Odyssey earlier tonight and kind of talking to him about Odyssey's final level at that time. He wasn't quite there yet, like he was doing a fresh file of Odyssey, and so he was on some of the dark side stuff that was not quite at the darker side endgame. I remember thinking, like, at Odyssey's final level was kind of too generous with health. Like, we would just be able to explore and pick up mushrooms, you know, on almost every segment. And I felt like that did take a little bit of the perfectionism and suspense away. Like, it could really have used the equivalent of a Daredevil Comet version. But, I mean, I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it quite a bit, but it definitely was the thing about Odyssey that I was most looking forward to, and it ended up not being as exquisite as Champions Road. So. Okay, I'll check my timer after this just to see how we're doing. And, like I always say, I do not enforce a strict time limit on levels, but that's because I need a certain flexibility as the streamer, so... but just in the interest of people waiting for a queue in what is a bit of an awkward time slot, especially for NA, I will move on soon. Gotta mark this one down to come back to later. Okay. Yeah, you see the way that switch kind of tripped there? That's probably because of a changeover in the activation mechanism just from the new Spiny spawning in. I know. Gotta go straight for the upper stairs. Jump straight to the upper stairs. I really do want to at least get back to the water segment at least once more. The quasi-water segment. Cool. Because we actually haven't seen that much. We've been dying constantly since then. And I don't think we've really even seen the Magic Koopa fight more. We got a really good early attempt in on this thing. And I think I've been kind of losing focus on it ever since, so... Okay, let's check how we're doing. Samus, we've been on for about 20 minutes. I really do want to see the dash panel part. So... let's just, try to push on a little further, but not that much longer. I do not really expect to clear it in this session. But I absolutely think I want to go back to it. But yeah, I definitely played a share of quasi Champions Road remakes as well in SMM1, and they did not work as well. And so certainly one of the first things I was thinking of when the 3D world style was revealed was that, hey, it might actually happen in earnest now, and I'm sure, you know, you're definitely not the only one to do this. I'm sure there are tons of Champions Road remakes out there that all implement things a little bit differently. But I mean, this is quite playable as a platforming level in its own right in terms of how the things have been adapted to 2D. Like, some things are easier, some things are maybe a little trickier. Okay, there's where we trip the next segment. What? Yeah, I really wanted to at least put in one more good attempt past the on-off staircase. But yeah, I suppose that on-off blocks would have made that segment more authentic, like in terms of adapting this to the latest patch. Is that, like, that's the one thing that would have really improved this in terms of adherence to the original. Is like you could really get that original pattern down without having to implement it in spikes. Because I guess that's one of the reasons why you can't start with the mushroom to begin with, right? Is that, like, you would be able to cheese spike floors if you had the mushroom here, which is not the case with falling to your death. So let's move on a bit. Let's see. Whoa. I hadn't actually been trapped there at that point, but look at all the deaths to the Fire Bros. Fire Brothers. It's sort of interesting that, like, my instinct is to say Mario Brothers and Hammer Brothers, but I always say, but I'm always tempted to say Fire Bros and probably Boomerang Bros as well. It might just be because they were introduced much later in the series. Like, I think that might actually have a real effect. Or maybe because they were introduced late enough that they were never featured in the Super Show or something. Yeah, it's honestly, like, every segment is very instantly recognizable. Like, I like this. If you make an improved version, you know, you shouldn't take it down by any means, like, I think. Okay, I'm getting very careless though, so let's just put in like one more good attempt for a definition of good that will be decided by me. And then we will not keep the rest of the queue waiting too much longer, rather. Okay, doing a little better here. Look at that. That wasn't so hard, was it? Just needed to be a little more attentive. Okay, Magic Koopa fight. And here's the swing segment. Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Okay. I think that did qualify as a solid attempt. We'll give it one more because we did figure out the method that I want for the staircase. And I feel like we hadn't seen that in just quite a while, just due to entirely avoidable reasons. So. Look at that. Look at that. Why didn't we just do that in the first place? Why were we overthinking it so much? Oh, whoops. Okay, unfortunately, I think I will, at this point, bail. But I do like it. And we will come back and add ourselves to that list of clears. So, Thomas, you're welcome to resubmit in future streams, and I might even play it on a non-viewer stream. And so if you see a clear for that, be alert for a recording. There's 3 clears on it? Yeah, we'll totally do this. So, thank you for submitting. Thank you to all of you still waiting for your patience. I do appreciate that you stuck around so long to get played. Just kind of great, all online. And menu many mana, if that's correct. Menu many mana. I'm just gonna call you a menu. I'll call you a menu, and then you can take my orders. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, Thomas. Okay. A menu. Let's take a look at TVC 7 SWCFF. Escape the Cavern. It's big brain time once more. A sequel to Escape the Anthill. Now, I have not played Escape the Anthill from you, but we'll try to escape the cavern anyway. No clears, but very few plays, so thank you for offering me the opportunity of the first clear. I do appreciate when people let me try that, even if we don't necessarily get it. Okay. It is actually... I haven't seen a puzzle level in a while that was not a troll level, so it's actually very nice to see that again. And this will use a new item, so we'll use the cannon box, use the POW. We do kind of need to figure out what this triggers when we stop on it. But I feel like we need to activate it on a side like the POW or something, so let's try it. Okay, that doesn't seem to spawn anything. We know there's going to be a cannon box. We know that cannon box can probably fire something up here. We'll just do a little bit of exploration, but given that you can't actually enter this pipe, it looks like firing with the cannon may be one way to go. We know, however, that picking up the cannon box disallows us from picking up the POW. That is not a problem because we have icicles on the left side. Okay. That's okay, just getting it. We don't know what happens up there yet, but we'll have to see. We know that this on switch is almost certainly going to be something to do with a cannon shot. And that red pipe should spawn something on top of the P-switch if there is something like entity overloading that's going on. Although I'm not really sure how that works in 3D World, as you don't... I'm not actually sure what the entity limit tech in 3D World is. Whereas with the other styles, you just block pipes with other stuff like one-way panels. Okay, so we know that quite possibly one of the bottom pipes will on something if we hit a P-switch and drop the springs. That looks like a timer, in fact, where P-switch. Let's take a look, because there's going to be some kind of dash. There's going to be a dash where you need to dash through here. The on-off is activated. You dash through here, on-off is activated. But then you need to clear this gate before the P is activated. If the P is activated, you're blocked by two things. You're blocked by the springs and you're blocked by the P blocks. So, let's get back here. And yeah, that's a problem for the reason we specified, which is that without some kind of dash coming into here while something is careening towards the on-off switch, you cannot get past this gate. Like, how did the P-switch activate? Is the P-switch activated by the POW? Let me take a look at that. I didn't know that. Like, I don't think I actually knew that red POW triggered P-switch, but let's try it again. Yeah, it totally does. So we... Okay, so that's what the P-switch placement is for, and that's what the pipe spawns. The pipe spawns more P-switches. In fact, the pipe spawns the first P-switch. So let's just play around with some of this stuff. Now, can we get some kind of deflection going here? Where, like, I don't know what this spawns. This looks like it's supposed to spawn, like, maybe a trampoline or something. Because let's see the cannonball trampoline interaction. If we can. No, that just blows up. Okay. This honestly looks like a boomerang spot, to be honest. We haven't seen a boomerang here yet, but this really looks like a boomerang spot. You swing a boomerang, comes all the way over here, swings back, gives you plenty of time to dash. And it gives you plenty of time to dash without hitting the switch. We don't know yet if the boomerang actually exists on this level, though, and we don't know what's going on up here. So, interesting. Check the pipe. Oh, interesting. That's just a bonus. Okay. Send the red POW up top. Yeah, we're gonna try it. We're gonna see it. Reset door, which indicates that something is breakable. Yeah, okay, let's fire into the POW. It will activate the exclamation block to its full extent, I think. But then we could have just done that by throwing the POW at that spot, though. I don't... Oh, interesting. Okay, POW blocks this. Let's try throwing the POW into that and seeing whether... We gotta reset first, but... Let's try throwing the POW into the exclamation mark block to see if it launches that more than once. No, it only goes one spot. Okay. One spot. We didn't actually need to reset there. This presumably also takes us up to one of the 50 coins? No. Oh, I know. POW block. Wait. POW block. It's going to go here. We got it. We got it. We got it. We understand this. Fire. POW block deflects the cannonball. Cannonball hits the on-off switch. We dash. Did we despawn? Yes, we despawned. Okay. That's a ding-dong. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. We don't need to despawn the POW. We need to stand to the right of this spot here. Okay, and that gives us plenty of space. Let's read the next segment. Okay, so the sort of aha moment there was knowing that the POW blocks the cannon. Because I was not certain on that before we saw this. So now, how do we use this? We know that... Where did this go? It does have multiple spots. It will presumably allow us to place the POW on top of that location. But then we have a very limited amount of time to grab the cannon, fire a shot, come back. This is a very similar kind of gate. We know once again that the cannonball has to hit the on-off switch. That, like, to work backwards, we know that from this gate setup, it will be the same kind of solution. So why don't we take some damage and let's move the POW. Let's move the POW. And we gotta be fairly quick, I think. Well, let's see where this sends the POW when we do a throw. Will it just send it on top? I believe it will. We're gonna be way too slow. And that actually blew up because the POW was not sitting directly on top of the... Yeah, it was sitting a little bit to the left, and that's a problem. Because when the POW is not sitting directly in front of glass pipe, then it blows up. It does not, like, I'll show you. No, we blew that. We gotta reset. Okay, so, yeah. Cannon hits the POW when the POW is not flush with the pipe exit. So, we need to figure out how to use this exclamation block in such a way that the POW... Oh yes, is sent over. The POW is sent over to the right side here. I know how to do it. We push the POW one spot. Comes over. Ah, no, we need to time it better. How do we time it better? No. Oh, no. We grab this. We push the POW. And while it is... Yeah. Cannonball expired. We need a long shot. That's what it is. Long shot. We needed to change the on-off state to begin with. Like, that should be starting as off. And then we need to trigger it. Issue is that the cannonball expired. It's spending a little bit too much time in the air. Mr. Electrodune, I assume you're talking about mine rather than yours. There are no soft locks on my level. There is a way to do it. Did we hit a checkpoint? No, we didn't, but that's okay. First section is easy to recreate. We spent most of our time just solving it. Oh, maybe. No. Okay, so I think it's going to blow out the POW if it's not flush, but I don't have a sense of how close the POW needs to be, so why don't we... Oh, what you mean is that you're a bit confused. Yeah, no, you'll be fine. You'll figure it out. If you got that far in a level, you have every skill you need to know. Okay, so that's too far, but when the POW loops around and stops just a little further from being spit out by the glass pipe, maybe that's far enough for it to work. So, let's let it spit out first. Time's up. Okay, but we'll try that solution and see if the POW is far enough to the left to not be blown up. Because it is at least not one full tile over, right? So let's soft drop. Actually, no, not soft drop. We need to just throw it in. And then we have this solution worked out already. We need this. We need that. No, we need to not despawn it. Can't go that far. Yeah, I told you you'd do perfectly fine. Like, you got that far in the level, you should not have any problems. But thank you for playing, by the way. Glad you gave that a shot. Okay. Do not despawn. Here we go. We need to lead the cannonball back here. We're going to switch the on-off state. And we are going to try what I said before with the POW block. Try it. Okay, no. So right now, when it spits out like that, it's over a full tile away. When it spits out, let's try the cannonball. When it spits out like that, it should be less than a full tile away. And if I'm correct, it should deflect. Yeah. Good. Checkpoint. Hammer. Now things get interesting. You have a third element that's been introduced, and you have a very different kind of gate. We may wish to do some scouting, but before I go up the pipe, I want to take a look at this whole area. So, on-off switch moves the conveyor belt, moves to twister, presumably allows some kind of object to drop in there. It also releases an ant. We don't know what the ant will be useful for yet. Possibly as some kind of pipe block. But we don't know also how low that goes. Okay. What if we blow some of this up? No, it's hard blocks. We can't do it. So that's going to give me a big What about this? Fine. Yeah, we just have to keep scouting. We're past our checkpoint, so we can afford to do it. Let's think about what the POW block is able to explode as well. POW block is able to remotely trigger the Molotov. It's also able to blow up the Thwomp, but we don't want to blow up the Thwomp. So let's... Okay, come up here. Safely. And, yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, I put a sort of mushroom as insurance in the very last room so people would not die there, but then people have been doing so anyway. I guess it's a little hard to spot that when you're frantically trying to finish it up. Okay, so this looks like an ant trooper spot. Like, we'll eventually want to send an ant up here. So I think I see the general shape of the solution. It's that eventually an ant needs to make its way up to the wall. And then you just bounce on the ant. You bounce on the ant, and eventually make your way down to the hammer, and then the hammer allows you to start breaking hard blocks. Raising the POW will allow an ant to pass through. Very cool. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Love that. Absolutely love that interaction. Do we need a cannon head? No, we don't. We don't have access to a new cannon head, so that's irrelevant. It's kind of interesting, though, that when you do it with going from the start without resetting at a checkpoint, that you can get as far as this part of the solution without a cannon head, but you do need to handle the POW at this point, so I guess that's what would force you to take it off. So let's chuck POW. Let's get back in here. Let's move the ants. And let's actually get on it accurately this time. Oops. Let's not do that. That would have been a very bad idea. Let's give it some bounces, and that will give us access to the hammer. So... the hammer gets us into a bit of trouble here, because if you pop back upstairs, you lose it at the icicle, I think, because even if you crouch, you pop up as 2 tiles high. Let's do the hard blocks first, because that will at least give us access to this part of the puzzle before we go any further. Let's also grab the POW block. Yeah, like I said, it's going to reset us to, or rather, Super Mario. Exit to the left and through there. Okay. So we need to think about how to do that. Because the reason that we couldn't do that in the first place was... Ah, I see. Okay, we haven't followed the bottom track to see how far it goes in terms of resetting us back to the exit, but it seems like we need the builder suit. The builder suit allows us to stack a sufficient number of blocks to hopefully allow us to keep pipe. Either that, or you need to go over the ceiling these twisters, but seeing how the ground blocks are arranged tells me that's probably not it. So, down, down. And down, although now I'm wondering about those hard blocks over there, because technically you probably could nuke them with the hammers. Also, the other thing you can do is if you... Oh, I see. That prevents you from doing it. I was thinking that, like, if you came out here with the builder hat, you could drop 2 blocks here, or 1 block here above the POW, and then go through and break it on the ant side. The icicle actually does prevent you from doing that to yourself, so... There'll be builder hat, and there'll be to the left. And we'll take a POW, because of course we will. Issue being, do we need to crouch walk the way there? If we do... I mean, it seems like it said like it doesn't want you to go there, but, you know, why else would you put in this whole passage here? If not to give me builder access. Oh. Oh. Okay. Seems like red POW would be able to activate that. But maybe this is just totally wrong. It's the air. We can, in fact, access this side with a builder hat. No, we can't. Yes, we can. Because we... Shoot. Maybe not. We load the POW block onto the thwomp. We load the POW block onto the thwomp. We probably despawn if we go for builder hat. So let's take a look. Let's take some damage. Okay. Actually, that's not going to be what we want. I can tell that's not going to be what we want. Alright, this is also not what we want, but if we had hit the on-off switch there, that would allow us to go back to start. Like, to me, the thing that we should be trying to achieve here is to retrieve the builder hat and take it back to start. Like, to me, it seems very clear that that's the thing that changes in terms of your ability to access the top left of the first segment. So we need to figure out how to get back, and it will require probably some thinking using the crates that you can create, like the custom crates. So let's figure out how the custom crates are usable in anything like this segment. Because part of the issue here is that the icicle does hit on the way up. So what if we hit the icicle, came back down, grabbed the hammer while the icicle is still down? Nope, it's pretty carefully timed out. That's why you have the curvature of the pipe. We don't know what's going on with the hard blocks over here yet. But it seems like I can probably just roll my way over. The issue is the on-off switch. Oh. Yeah, your level also plays with switching between costumes. Okay, looking forward to it. I hope you stick around long enough for me to get to it. I do plan to get to everybody. Wow, I really do want to solve this one, though. First clear is available, and it feels like we've made a reasonable amount of progress. Ants. We have not thought about how to use the builder suit in conjunction with the ants. We need to redo this part of the solution, though, before we continue. So let's toss this. Send it over. Yeah, we'll redo this part. Grab the builder hammer. We'll think about how to use the ants. Okay, ant coming this way. I don't think this will be useful. I think this actually is the top of the screen. Yeah, it's not going to be useful. Okay, so the ants are something we have not thought about. Particularly the fact that I can create crates, lose the builder suit, and carry crates. That seems like it's something that might be useful as a technique, that like I can make those and actually preserve them. So for example, let's scout back here again to see if there's anything that the crate would do for us on this end. I don't think there is. I think this is just showing us where to go. I also wondered if the twisters here are a clue. I feel like they are, that the twisters are the intended route. Like, why else would you be putting twisters, particularly that 2 twister setup in that specific location, right? I almost feel like finding some way to move the twisters over to the front might be part of the solution. Yeah, look at that. You have the Mario block there now. That looks like it's probably something unintended, but... Okay, so we can actually do the roll on Delphon if we are careful. We'll do it again, actually, because I actually do have access to breaking those hard blocks that are next to the twisters, and I feel like that's going to be relevant to the solution that we ultimately want. Like, you have hard blocks placed there in a very suspicious location. We haven't played around with breaking them yet, and I think I do have a method for breaking them. So we'll do that. Oh, we need to not do that. Okay. Let's roll this again. So, a menu, if you are still around, we are actually really enjoying this so far. It's been a long time since I've gotten like just a pure puzzler like this. So it's actually very refreshing to see, particularly in a 3D world style where people are often not thinking so much about, you know, puzzle interactions, and the builder suit in particular, which tends to be very sparsely used, and which is why I'm not that familiar with a lot of the interactions. Okay, now the on-off allows us to move the twisters. The one twister, rather. It's going to drop the POW block when I send the thwomp over, but I'm going to send it over. And watch this. That we've got to have slightly better timing here. Yeah, we got to revise our timing a bit. Twister on the left, and we drop. Okay, because we know that there's a bit of an on-off gate. Let's take this just in case. Okay, we need to hit an on-off switch. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's so cool. Did you see that? That is so good. That interaction was so good. No, we want to go back. The lifting of the trampolines, I did not see that coming. That was very cool moment. Very, very cool moment. We need to be able to make blocks pass here, so I'm going to keep the twister. I'm going to keep the builder, rather, because we can get the cannon suit up front anytime we want. I want the flexibility to have additional blocks. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is cool. Okay. Look at that. Now, we use the builder suit to stack some platforms. That's too many. Oh, no, we can do that. We can do that. Take the POW just in case. Not going to be a fantastic time by any means. But if anybody wants to chase that record, we know how to get it back. Fantastic solution. Fantastic solution. Makes use of the whole layout, brings you all the way back to start. And it's actually very clear what to do in terms of the pieces that you can interact with. Now, I did not play your previous Escape the Anthill level, and unfortunately I won't have time to tonight, but you gotta come back and send me more of these. I don't get nearly enough good puzzle levels. Like, we really have to see more from you. So... thank you, that was a lot of fun. Green Bean Bucket. I totally understand, by the way, if people have had to abandon at this hour, because I know for NA in particular it's getting a bit unreasonable. Yeah, a menu I can totally see with some of the icicle placements that are restricting the builder movement. And moreover, the fact that you obtain Super Mario on the rightmost part of that level, that like a lot of that stuff looked like an anti-cheese fix. And of course, there are just so many new interactions to learn with the cannon box as well, right? Like in terms of what it's going to do. And the bit with the POW block blocking the cannons, depending on where it was lodged on top of the exclamation blocks, like whether it's less than one tile or more than one tile away from the pipe, like that was something very useful to learn. Like I feel like that's something that's going to help me solve other 3D World issues in the future. So. I believe Green Bean Bucket has left us, so we'll remove for now. Hopefully they'll be back at some other time. Really do appreciate all of you who have stayed this long. DI Program. Yeah, looking forward to yours as well. You did say that it was a little bit of costume swapping. Thank you for the like on that level, Electrodude. 1QC, HCJ, LQG. Yeah, no, that was quite interesting. It was never overwhelming in terms of the amount of stuff you could do. Mario's Assistance. World record 37 minutes. And that's 37 minutes past the first checkpoint. So, DI Program, I think you know that this will probably not be finished in this segment, but we will give it a try. There are very few plays on it so far, and most of those deaths probably just come from the 1 or 2 people who wanted to attempt it properly. So, we will absolutely give it a fair shot. Oh, no, we needed to sail. Running a bit fast. But yeah, having SMB2 and Link in the same style, I think, had tons of potential. Actually, no, let's watch the deflection here. It does deflect off the cannons to the left, so we want to throw left. It has tons of potential for costume swap puzzles. I'm not enough of a puzzle designer to kind of know how that would work, but I feel like there's tons of room for innovation. Nope, it's going to come back. Fine. Let's just let it deflect. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we needed to get through, obviously, but there you go, Master Sword, right up ahead. Okay, so there is some precision coming up here, and that was imprecise. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of too bad for this level's sake that we are so late in the stream and that, you know, it's unlikely that I'll push on it for an hour or anything like that, because I feel like, given the setups I've seen so far, yeah, it's precise, but it's precise in a way that I could probably learn just with a sufficient number of attempts. So we'll learn as much of it as we can, just with no particular expectation of finishing. We need to jump off the Goomba right away. We kind of generally had this bit figured out, like that we would need to lose SMB2 suit anyway. We just needed to... Actually, I don't know if we should be losing the SMB2 suit because that might cause issues for the activation of the switch. No, we needed to actually kind of platform off the Goomba. Platform off the Goomba. Nope, miss. Cool music, by the way. No, we needed to not jump that early because we wanted to fall on top of the cannonball. And we'll need to, like, throw it as we fall, right? Like, there will be a... We actually need to give ourselves a little bit diagonal distance so we can, in fact, throw the cannon as we... Oh, in fact, we don't want to get on the platform yet. We want to get on the cannonball, pick up the cannonball while riding the platform down. We ride the platform down, throw the cannonball, and then we jump. Except I need to find a better timing for when that jump is going to happen. Yeah, ride the cannonball. Throw the cannonball, or rather pick up the cannonball while on top of the platform. Ride the platform down. Throw, jump over to the piranhas, which are now clear. That way we preserve the SMB2 suit, and by preserving the SMB2 suit, we get around the P-switch timing. That was really late pickup. SMB2 credits music, that's right, okay. Yeah, that's it. Right, because they use it here in place of the peaceful theme. Okay. Let's ride our way over again. And then we gotta hit this. No, we want to pick up the clouds. If you pick up the clouds and hit the on-off switch, the P-switch rides with you. Then you can hit the P-switch at the appropriate point after the first set of P-blocks. Too late. When we work out the timing for that, this first segment should be not that hard to clear. So yeah, it'll be get up to the clouds, pluck the clouds, hit the on-off. Drop the P-switch on top of the platform. Which obviously means that we need to kind of get ahead of the platform a bit and pluck the clouds quickly so we can get that drop done. So as far as precision goes, it's not too bad apart from this one jump onto the cannon here. They're way late. That bit I feel like I need to guess a bit on the timing. But we'll see how we do. Yeah, no. I just don't understand the cannon timing well enough. I feel like I can work it out with a bit of careful observation. In terms of the cooldown timing between shots, we messed that up. No, it'll bounce back. Nope. You know what? We'll time this out anyway. Okay, pretty much 3 seconds on the dot on the clock. So we'll watch the clock, we'll just jump over maybe one cannonball or so, and then we'll try to time things out accurately for a future one. But the cycle is almost exactly 3 seconds. Okay. No. We did something wrong. Oh, no. High jump with the SMB2 suit. High jump. Use alternative music to filter out the music changes. Happening from costume changes. I see, yeah. That's a neat thing to do. I remember doing it with the Super Ball, in fact, in the... Like, I have one level in SMB 1 that uses Super Ball. And that's pretty much exactly what I did as well. So I should have remembered that that would be the reason that you do it. To kind of have a constant soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, P switches, they are, you know, P for priority, I guess. Whoops. Speedrun with a Super Ball? That seems to require some decent shot accuracy, given how long the cooldown is on that thing. Like, you miss, you really, really miss. Too late. Trying to watch the clock as well to find a good cycle for jumping on a cannonball. As if you're going at like 492 or something. No. It's not going to be consistent because of the speed with which I do the initial setup. Like, the timing will not be the same thing every time. Because it will depend on when I scroll in. I let that fall right away. Like, if I get a consistent timing down. Nope. Missed that jump. Yeah, I found the solutions in this level to be pretty interesting so far, so... And I'm somebody who does not have a lot of experience with the SMB2 suit yet. I need to ride that down. I need to ride it down quickly as Link and then jump onto the next segment. So we did that poorly. It's actually not nearly as tight as I feared when I first saw this jump off to Goomba. As far as precision goes, like, the one thing that feels rough is just a cannonball timing, because it's right in your face. Oh, and it takes a lot of guesswork just to dodge it initially to see the pattern, but... Oh, I guess if somebody really wanted a speed record, that's how they do it, is they'd kick the shell and make it go even faster. I'm not doing that, though. Nope. Not going for the speedrun timing. Yeah. But I feel like the level of precision here is actually pretty fair, aside from this one thing. And even that is not too bad now that I'm learning to see it. But I basically know how to get up to the Master Sword. Just need to execute it a little more accurately, so... Of course, we have not hit CP1 yet, and I did notice the 37-minute time after CP1, so... Yeah, for sure we will go back to this one if we don't finish it today. Okay. So, grabbing SMB2 will allow you to... Okay, you need to get rid of the Spike Top first. Spike Top has to go. And Spike Top can't go that way. Spike Top can be bombed? No. Oh no, that's bad. We don't want that. We actually wanted to use the Goomrat to clear the spike top with a throw. Because we need to get the SMB2 mushroom over to the top of the trampoline because that allows us to pick it up and drop it as the door entry. It's also enforced by key, and presumably the key comes from a spike top kill. We can, however, try to deflect a bomb this way. If you have good timing on the bomb, you can also just do it with a time shot like that. Jeez. Jeez, please, nope. Okay, we needed to have an additional cycle off that icicle respawning. So we were too close. No, we failed that. Honestly, it's precision dependent enough and risky enough that I would not be worried about that cheese as a designer. I'd just consider it an alternate solution. Because the thing is, like, bomb timings with Link are always going to break so much stuff, right? Like, but a lot of people aren't going to do it simply because, like, you could just, you know, wreck your position in the level with that. Although I guess at that point it does not matter too much if you lose the Master Sword, since the SMB2 mushroom is right in front of you anyhow. Oh, no, that was a camera position thing, that's too bad. It's too bad, kind of an edge case with a camera, but I think in testing, unless you're doing this a lot with a lot of different patterns, very hard to catch that. And I absolutely had to make that timing, like I couldn't just dodge that cannon and expect to pass that segment. Nope, missed. Yeah, we've had a patch for, what, about a week now? Nah. Already some of the puzzle interactions are pretty well put together, like in terms of camera. In terms of how you've made use of stuff like the cloud pickup. And I guess the cloud pickup was in the trailer for SMB2, as something that people were excited about right away, unless they were clouds, in which case the clouds put on their sad face. Okay, no camera issue this time. Yeah, the solutions here are pretty satisfying. Okay, SMB2 is going to fall on the Goomrat. You pick up the Goomrat, you throw the Goomrat. We'll try that solution, looks safer. And we're gonna miss. Okay, so much for that. Let's try to jump over. Nope, not gonna happen. Our throwing angles are perhaps not the best. Still have to get used to what the throwing angle from the SMB2 suit is. Like, certainly we'll expect levels that are even more demanding about throwing accuracy when it comes to that. And so I forgot to do this whole thing. But we'll get past segment. I mean, obviously, if we come back to this level separately... Whoops. Yeah, don't want to take too much advantage of the momentum there. If we come back to this level separately, we'll have to redo the first segment again, but I think if we get to CP1, that will at least feel like some progress. And then we'll see who's still kind of online after that. No, I totally missed it. Yeah, but I think as a kind of initial idea in doing these costume switches, that is kind of nice. Like you do need to think on your feet as a player in terms of saying, like, okay, Master Sword is there, we need to kind of get right into Master Sword mode. But it's not tight, like, the window for thinking about what to do is tight, but the window for executing it is actually fairly generous. Nope. I almost feel like a little more of a leftward placement on that cannon would solve so many issues. Like, maybe it just gets in the way of the jump arc that we have here, and so the cannon kind of had to be in that location in order for you to fall on the Goomba properly. But if there were some way for it to fire from further left and still work, yeah, it kind of gets in the way of the jump arc, but if there were some way for it to like have a little bit more space before the claw and still have that setup work as intended, it would solve so many issues. First of all, it gives you a little bit more time to read the cannon shot. Secondly, you don't have the camera issue that you have when you scroll further to the right. So, like, some kind of way to make that jump off the Goomba and up to the claw work while having more space between the cannon and the claw. Like, maybe with some kind of intermediate thing between the Goomba and the claw. I feel like would solve a lot of problems at once, but I don't know if you mean to revise this. I mean, like, this is nice to play through as it is, so. We're coming in a bit far left there. That's gonna be an issue. Okay. No. Let's not miss. Okay. Let's wait for this to come down. Let's let this... no, we can't do that because it will just lose the trampoline entirely. We do need to be very accurate about a vertical jump off this, so we time out the triggering of this icicle properly and manage to do a pickup and jump off before it falls off the screen. So yeah, we will, I think, definitely make it past that door. What is presumably CP1, we will do at least that much. Not if we play like that, we won't. Not if we play like that. Yeah. Okay, let's redo this little puzzle here. Not if we play like that either, okay. 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 Timing's a little run that. Let's pluck, pluck, pluck. And the Goomerang throw is more or less a full jump. And indeed, the track markers kind of tell you that. Okay, let's try to progress past here. Don't tell me it's a Goomba fall. Get onto Goomba while it falls, and then... Yeah, that is probably a good checkpoint placement for that specific obstacle. That is... probably satisfying to pull off if you can do it, but requires a little bit of watching the right timing. Yes. Boop. Boop. There we go. And then why the Master Sword here? Gotta think about this. I I guess the Master Sword here is just to give you the Zelda success chime when you come up here, like a little musical treat. So I don't understand what else it would be for. Oh, no, because you have to use the bomb over here. So you drop the bomb, you use the bomb, you drop the bomb, you get SMB2, you pick up the bomb, you throw the bomb. Okay, yeah. Oh, the intended Goombrat throw is while riding down the icicle. Okay, okay, well. I'm a slightly more patient player than that. Bomb? Nope, not like that. Gotta let the thing fall. Let the bomb fall. Gotta let it fall pretty much right away so you have enough time on the ignition. "30-minute clear from that point, really?" Okay, Bone Shell. We needed to fall into the Bone Shell safely, though, because we need to retain the costume, didn't we? We need to retain the costume in order to do a pickup of the big shell using SMB2. Yes, yes, I see how this works. You jump out of the Bone Shell while you are still in the SMB2 state. You hit the Koopa. The Koopa blasts through these blocks. As SMB2, you jump back into the Bone Shell. Get into it on your way over. Okay, let's do it. Assuming that you're going to let me take the death. Yeah, you do. I should actually do some kind of dedicated puzzle stream at some point. And just to encourage that kind of thing, because it's a very different kind of Mario style in some ways. Oh no, come on. I mean, this is kind of puzzle platforming, but I like puzzle platforming. Like, it is in fact one of my favorite styles. Oh no. Okay. Spent a little bit too long. Okay, we gotta hang right so we fall into the Bone Shell. Okay. Nice. Oh, okay. I feel like I needed to not kill that unless... Yeah, I needed to bounce off the Koopa. Unless we use the SMB2 jump. Yeah, no, block 1 here is bounce off the Koopa. Block 2 there is bounce out of the Bone Shell. Yeah. I see how that works. Yeah, so you get down here, you press down to dodge the shell, you let it rebound on the spikes, and then you bounce off of it and boost up to the top. Easily done, right? Easily done. Really satisfying to do. Do like it. All in. I missed. I missed. I was gonna... Oh, I didn't know that momentum cuts like that when you do the shell drop. I should know that, given how many of these I've done. I'll jump out of that location. Okay. No, I like the puzzly style. I feel like I am an appropriate audience for this. And yeah, I remember the previous puzzle one you sent me now, and I actually like this pace. You know, when you actually execute the move, you have to do it quickly, but you do have a bit of time to plan it out beforehand and say, okay, I'm going to do this. And then when you actually do it, you do have to do the whole sequence. But, oh, miss. Okay. I could have just fallen back in, actually. I was safe. But, planning the sequence is fun. Yeah, you can totally save it. I just, missed that. No, I like being able to read the room and plan. Like, it's, one of those things where, like, when people send me trolls, for instance, like, they send me the kind of trolls where, you know, people just get killed right away for standing still. Okay, that's maybe not great. But if they don't do that, then, let me think about this here. Then having the time to think actually helps me quite a bit. You want to hit the on-off switch. We should check the store because we need to know what it is. This looks like a... Okay, this is a scouting area. It lets you see what the setup is. I like that, by the way. It gives you a reset door, and it gives you an opportunity to see what you will be doing later, because we will need to hit the on-off switch. It will be set to off. It will create a situation where we need to get on top of the Goomrat with SMB2. We need to throw it onto the next platform so it walks around. We walk on top of it. We do the SMB2 high jump to the on-off switch, and we drop in. Question: how do we get rid of the Piranha Plant? That feels like something I need to do as Link. Unless, no, you do a pickup with the Goomrat at the very end, when the Goomrat walks, and then you throw it. However, you cannot let the Goomrat walk all the way to the right and back to the left, because it will get trapped in a one-way panel. Okay, got it. Oh, limited time there. Didn't think about the syncing. Nope. Let's try to get past that part at least, because we have mapped it out at this point. I don't feel like this Goomrat does anything useful. Okay. We need to do this throw in such a way that we can actually have enough time for the Goomrat to come back. Oh, wait. We can't really do any kind of soft drop with it, though, can we? Yes, we can. Checkpoint 2. Stump. So, some kind of trampoline under the Master Sword. We want to hit the on-off switch. Didn't know you could do that with a stump, but I guess, like, you want to throw at the indicator here, because the stump will fall on the spring block and lift the Master Sword and give you a safety platform. Okay. We need to create a safety platform using a bomb. We need to do a leftward throw with the Buzzy when we drop onto the platform. Oh, missed. But that is clearly the idea, right? And you'll have kind of a precision segment here. we will probably be stopping pretty soon because I feel like everything up to CP2 is pretty easily recoverable if we do resume. Whoops. Once you get up to this point, you have a few more demands on the precision of the execution, and so... oh, I got this the first time. It's just a release while you're holding jump. As is typical of these indicators. I'm glad I actually learned how to do that. Oh, whoops. Missed the timing here. Just a moment. Okay, Progan, we've been on for about half an hour. Let me just see the list online. Great, glad those folks all seem to be here still. We'll give this one more attempt and then we'll probably bail out now. Like I said, didn't expect to finish it regardless. I'm actually kind of impressed we got this far, given what the 37-minute clear was telling me. This is absolutely the solution to this part. I'm glad that gives you just enough time. Gotta be pretty precise here. Nope, that was not precise. Our release was terrible. We can scout ahead, I guess. Raw switches. Wow, that's a lot of stuff to do. Okay, we'll have to save that for another time. But thank you very much for that. I do plan to continue it. Please resubmit at a later stream if you find me. We may even grind at it on a backlog stream if I have room to schedule it in, simply because it is something that will be a bit more time consuming, but I would be very happy to play it while you're here as well. So, thank you. And yeah, for levels that are clearly like to be continued, if you show up outside of a viewer level stream, I'm usually willing to continue it there as well. I'll take it as a viewer submission. I'll also just take it as a continuation, you know, if you find me when I'm online. We're pretty casual about that stuff. We're a small stream. Really enjoying it so far, though. I actually like it quite a bit. Okay, Zed, Saber, Link, I think they did tell me much earlier that they would probably have to step out before I was able to get to them. But Zed Saber, or depending on your country, Z Saber, if you want to signal your presence, that would be a good idea. Twitch does not see you. We see a complete list. So, very likely, Electro Dude next, and then we will finish with Snake Jake if Snake Jake is still around at that point, but I do not see Snake Jake. So, Electro Dude, you will probably finish one of these programs again. And indeed, two heads bunk better than one. It would be sort of interesting to work those two together with the Super Ball as well. I'll have to think about it. I'm getting a lot of brainstorming for puzzle ideas just from playing some Programs levels. Okay, Zed Saber's Link. We'll have to wait for another day. Okay, let's take a look at Electro Dude. Thank you to players of my level. DSX MP5. I'm not really familiar with it, unfortunately, so if there's a major reference to it, I will probably not pick it up. I've heard of it, I just don't really know anything about it. But I guess it's a creation of a recreation of like a great anime battle or something. I don't know. If there is a reference in here that I need to know, I'm sure you can explain it to me, but otherwise we'll see. Caution, caution for a themed stage, and hopefully we'll get some kind of pleasure out of it, even if we don't get a reference. The game is bullet hell focused. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be a lot of dodging. Oh, a lot of dodging. I was still reading the whole room when I stepped into that. That's fine, we just need to stand in an appropriate location. And just kind of move to spots that will be safe. Still kind of reading the whole mechanism here. Yeah, it looks like a timed on-off switch. Yeah, I should actually jump over for some of those instead of moving left to right. Every attack is a reference to one of her spell cards. Okay. Okay, no, not enough room to do that there, so let's try to map this out. Oh, whoops, too early. Definitely seems correct to read this as time survival, though, right? I'm kind of looking at the on-off setup here for the exit door. Oh, I see the piranha on the left as well. I didn't see that initially. Ah, that was probably unnecessarily dangerous. Checkpoint. Okay, it looks like there are 3 segments here. We'll do left first. And this looks like timed on-off once again. I do see the pink coins for what must be a repeatable checkpoint setup. 4 segments plus a safety. Oh, I guess because there are the pipes as well, right? Like, where do we even enter? Oh, we dropped into the door. Okay. And then, so you have each of these segments. We'll just look at them, yeah. We'll try to do a little better than that. I do see the bomb nets on the right side that must be the on-off trigger when a flame eventually touches it. Okay, we need to not get tucked in a corner like that. We'll find a better pattern for this room. Let's get to the center where we have a little bit more movement. Okay. Okay. Got a little patient here. It's coin 1. Yep, out of 4 plus the safety. So we have done the left door. Let's do the right door. If I don't do it in one order, I won't be able to keep track, so... Now, we do not receive a second cloud, do we? We just need to survive for the duration of the cloud, I presume. And given that we want to get pretty close to the right side... no, when the on-off switch triggers, we'll have a platform. Aerial dodging is probably good enough. Yeah, great timing, great timing. Okay, let's do the top 2. We know from the way that the exits are doors that we should be using pipes. That way they'll take place in the same subworld as the checkpoint zone. Okay, that was a bit of a bad read there on that little bit. Okay, I'll have to look at that music later. Sure. We did this already. Go left. And then... oh, whoops. Okay. still trying to read the other side of the screen while I'm moving, and that's almost certainly a bad idea. Okay. Surprisingly safe, I was about to say, and then I saw those projectiles moving over, and I was completely trapped. Now, despite the apparent sense of chaos, it seems that kind of going center and having maximum room for movement probably a much better idea. I've also not been making use of my jump in this room. It doesn't look like there's a lot of space to jump, but I should be thinking about pathways to use that for recovery. Whoa, okay. Yeah, try to discourage corner hugging, yeah, I can see. Because certainly when I see the piranha patterns, that's one of the vulnerabilities I'll look for, but it seems like with the track placements and how high they go, that there isn't really any kind of obvious cheese spot I can see. Like nothing that would last. Because you would still require some movement anyway, simply because of the horizontal coverage from everything spawning from the top pipes. Like, you would need to move anyway. It's just a matter of, like, is there any spot that is safe from piranhas? And I think that would be very difficult to find. So I should not rely on that being the solution. Would not be designed around a solution anyway, I would assume. Yeah, given that you have coins remaining from the pipes up top when the ice blocks melt, I actually kind of wonder if a P-switch activation is part of the on-off activation at the end to shut off the pipes, but I guess I should not depend on that either. Just try to time it out. Staying on the ground seems to be doing some work here. I should have gone for the bottom left corner on that pass, because that was wide open. But so far, like, if I just gone a little bit to the left there, sticking to the ground might have been fine. Gotta find a good pattern and just a good way to read it. I think there is obviously a lot of information on the screen, as you would expect from a bullet hell. Just a matter of finding a read. Okay, just time to fireballs with frozen coins. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's fine. It just means that I need to continue watching out for... Actually, no, I don't, because like the Puddle are just going to bounce back and forth anyway, so there's only ever going to be one spawn. Like, I don't need to worry about a second spawn from the pipes anyhow. But I haven't actually seen that many setups that use the frozen coin blocks in conjunction with P-switches, surprisingly, considering how long we've had the frozen coin blocks now. I don't see those two being used together as much as I would think. And that's just an idea to keep in mind, maybe, for something that's a little bit underused. It's clearly always been a part of that interaction. One of the things that I was excited about, actually, when the 2.0 patch dropped. But okay. got a bit sandwiched there. The corner was in fact safe on that pass. I mean, obviously, if I had some vertical spacing, like if I actually made use of the jump, then I would get some shots deflected upwards if runners are low on a track, but I just don't have room to do that, I think. Like, I really do have to hug the bottom. Yeah, but if I had the headroom to jump, like getting some of the piranhas to fire upwards definitely would mitigate some of the issues that we're having in this room. I think, though, we just need to kind of improvise and dodge better. That's really the only answer. Dodge better. Yeah, given the fact that you would have to do everything 3 times for the clear check in one segment too, right? And the repeatable checkpoint. I can imagine that it probably took you some time. I mean, you're welcome to tell me how much time if you remember, because this... I mean, you know, whenever I play levels like this, I do think, well, if you think this is bad, think about what the creator had to go through. Because it's not like it's one of those things that is made easier by creator knowledge, right? Like, it's not one of those things where the difference is in whether there's hidden information that you have that I don't. Like, it is all execution, and so it's not like it was any easier for you. A couple of days, wow. A couple of days of not doing anything else while the clear check is active, I guess. Very lucky that we have a suspend button. I mean, I'm sure people would just leave their systems on anyway, but... And your newest level is like this, but harder, okay. Well... If we are really kind of doubtful about our ability to clear this room, I will look at the one on the other side for sure. Like, I'll want to at least see all 4 segments. But I do want to kind of practice this and get the hang of it, because I do feel like this stuff is within my ability. I just need to have a really good, clean run. It is strangely relaxing. I don't know if staying on the ground is the best strategy for this, but it seems like it is the one that's causing the least problems. But yeah, leading the upward shot like that, if I'm able to, I was clearly not able to there, but if I'm able to, seems to at least lighten up the load a little bit. I don't think it's ever really going to be worth it though, just given how dangerous it is to do that. Now, like, I don't need to introduce more chaos, right? Like, I want to take advantage of the fact that, like, my horizontal positioning is going to affect where the piranhas fire, but the pattern of the Podoboos themselves coming up and down should be consistent. So, it should be possible to find a reliable solution, assuming that I can get the piranhas to fire at somewhat consistent diagonals, like in terms of whether it's the low diagonal or the kind of medium diagonal. Yeah, actually strangely relaxing. I'm quite serious about that. I think it's because, like, a lot of it is just kind of reading with my eyes, right? Like, I don't have to be very intense about my fingers. Like, the inputs are not really the problem there. And look at it, like, it actually felt so easy that time. Probably because I was relaxed. Like, I died so many times that thing, but the attempt where it went well went really well. Okay, so I'm trying to understand this here, where you have 2 different pipe gates. You have this one that's clearly marked with death. And I feel like I initially came into this room via the top door, right? So boss number 4, like, is it through here because it's not marked with skulls? Or, oh, I guess I can't really go through that anyway. Because... Okay, no, I guess I can't go through it anyway. Let's go in here. Right. I guess you marked that with skulls because you expect it to be the hardest one, and the final boss, like, in terms of the reference to the actual phases in the fight that this is based on, right? Like, that would be the idea. Because I see the skulls and I'm kind of guided into doing this last, although I do know it's a repeatable coin setup, so I do know that I could have done this out of order and scouted it if I wanted. One shot. And we are out of here. Kind of interesting, I think, to see what I was able to do well there and what I did poorly, because there were some things that just kind of went down very smoothly and some that were much more difficult to puzzle out. But yeah, like I said, like, you know, I was trying to solve it with my eyes rather than my fingers, and I feel like that was kind of a good idea in that I wasn't dying to too many panicked reactions to things. Like, I was dying to bad positioning and bad planning and just not reading things properly, but it's not like I was being antsy and getting myself killed. Almost pure RNG. Well, I got a very good roll, so thank you to the RNG gods for giving me a good roll on that one, and probably bumping your clear rate up. Maybe. I was around 1% when I got in. Around 1%, so... Yeah, well, some rooms better than others. Like that one where I stayed on the floor was a bit rough, to be honest, but when I cleared it, like, it felt great. It felt absolutely great. Kind of wanted to look over that footage afterwards. So, this will be the final call for Snake and Jake 3000, which I believe he has probably been gone for a while. And failing that, this will probably be wrapping it up. Like, this stream took me about an hour past my intended time already, and we actually did have to abandon a few levels early, so... I will be probably back on for the same late night NA and early morning EU session tomorrow. Probably. It will not be viewer levels, it will likely be backlog levels. But for that I do kind of include, you know, people who are regulars and people who are already kind of trusted to be good makers, right? So, you know, when people drop by to those, I do tend to play one or two of theirs anyway. Like, it's more for making sure that if I have control over my own playlist, I don't feel like I'm under any kind of time pressure and I can just grind away at something big. And have some flexibility. So that will likely be the program for tomorrow, if I'm able to be on. Our internet here has been a bit inconsistent. And with that, I'll bid you good morning your time, I guess. And good night to anybody else for whom that may be the case. And yeah, looking forward to more Mario, more Shakespeare, perhaps. And I'll find someone to raid, but that will be all from me, and thank you for watching.